The Sabres get a dominant win last night against the Winnipeg Jets by score 5-1.
Sabres try to grow their game. They do it. Front score! Norris slides it to the front of the net, and that puck finds a way in. It's 3-0 Buffalo.
Josh Norris made his return and scored 2 goals on the night. Alex Tuch, Bowen Byram, and Jason Zucker also each tallied a goal. The Sabres begin a road trip starting tomorrow in Philadelphia, taking on the Flyers at 7:30. You'll be able to catch all of the game action right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. No practice today for the Bills. We did get an injury update from Sean McDermott yesterday. Joey Bosa dealing with a hamstring injury following the Steelers game. McDermott said, quote, "We'll see where that goes. Terrell Bernard, Spencer Brown, Dalton Kincaid, and Joshua Palmer are improving," McDermott said. "We'll see where that leads us this week." And Deion Dawkins is still in concussion protocol. We also found out Tyler Bass will miss the remainder of the season following surgery. We'll get an updated injury report later this week leading up to their matchup with the Bengals, with kickoff set for 1 o'clock this Sunday. Around the NFL, Jackson Dart made his return for the Giants, but was unable to stop the New England Patriots. The Patriots rout the Giants 33-15 and advance to 11-2 on the season heading into their bye week, making it much more difficult for the Bills to reclaim the AFC East. We're kicking off Mission Give Where You Live to benefit Buffalo City Mission, powered by NYSEG. Now through December 19th, you can donate brand new sweatshirts, sweatpants, hats, gloves, scarves, and non-perishable food items to help keep our community warm and fed. Just stop by any Dash's Market location and drop your donation in the Mission Give Where You Live donation bin. You can also donate online through the Buffalo City Mission Amazon wish list. Mission Give Where You Live starting today. Sponsored by the Barnes Firm and Dash's Market. Get all of the details at WGR550.com. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
There's going to be a beer and a sword.
Are they bringing? They're not bringing that in.
I don't think so.
They could just put orange juice in it for us or something. What? You got a problem with orange juice?
In general?
Or at a hockey
In general.
game?
No. Who has a problem with orange juice?
You don't like eggs, so I didn't know. Maybe you're all against all breakfast items.
Orange juice is fine. I don't know if I want to order one of the Sabres game.
Do you ever look at someone and wonder what is going on inside their head?
You would
Ordering a weird thing.
Hey, do you see this sword with the beer goes into? Could you put orange juice in it?
What's weirder? A Cobb salad at a movie theater or a Sabre full of orange juice?
Definitively the Sabre full of
probably
orange
right.
juice.
You're
It's not
probably
even close.
Can you get an orange juice at the arena?
Why would they have it?
You go to the bar where they make mixed drinks and you say, I just want an OJ.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe on the home of the Sabres, WGR Sports Radio 550.
Hey, everybody. Good morning. Snowy out there. Snow weather today. Snow weather, he said. All right, we're going with it. There's snow weather.
Yeah,
Snowing.
that works.
Snowing.
There's snow falling from the sky.
That's
so
right.
If that's
And-
what you mean by that.
And it's supposed to snow for a good chunk of the day, maybe into the late morning, afternoon, in most of the area, too. So winter weather advisory and such, that kind of stuff. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. Give yourself a little extra time. One thing I like to say, as the resident now old guy, now that I'm old, people like to say, Joe, in this situation, man, a couple inches of snow and everybody forgets how to drive. And I like to say, no, everybody remembers how to drive. You got to slow down a little bit. So slow down a little bit. You'll be fine.
5 under the speed limit's not going to kill anybody.
Yeah, I mean, you'll be better off.
Yeah. Plows and such are out there right now.
Can I tell you the craziest spot I ever spun out my car? Like, spun my car. I don't know if you have an answer for this exact thing.
Ooh.
Like, where's the craziest? Maybe you're on a bridge and you thought for a second you were going over
the side of the bridge.
Yeah. So
I don't think you would actually go over the side of the bridge, even if you hit the side of the bridge, though.
Sure. Depends. In all the superhero
You might think
movies,
you were going to.
in superhero movies, if you're on a bus, that thing's going to go over the bridge and then teeter for a while.
Sure. Right.
Anyway, I don't know why this pops in my head, but every time I drive by it, I think of it. Do you know on the 198? So you're out there in the city, the 198 that goes from the 190 to the 33, connects to the city. Where the 198 goes to the 190, where it splits north and south. You go kind of up past the Albright Knox.
Yeah.
Going to keep going all the way, and at the top, at the crest of that rise, you split north and south.
Yep.
Right where that splits, I did a 360-degree spin in the middle of those two lanes once.
Going towards like the fork in the road, kinda.
Yes, going towards the fork.
So you wouldn't have made it through to one side. Like you were gonna go into the.
Yeah.
You kept going.
Well, it just stopped.
All right.
Didn't hit any walls. Just spun out
And
right
a full
there.
360.
Full 360. That is tight quarters.
That
That
is
would be
very,
like
yeah.
a trick shot if you did it on purpose.
I think you might have got lucky there that you're kind of going uphill.
Maybe.
That probably helped you stop.
Maybe.
I
But
would
sometimes, you know how it goes. You live around here. Sometimes you get snow, you get ice on the road. Your tires, hopefully you've got good tires.
Yeah.
So anyway.
I don't think I've ever done a full 360.
No?
Would that be normal? You think most people would have done it at least once?
Not necessarily.
If they've lived here long enough?
I don't know if a full 360 is most. Part of the reason it's a full 360 there is because, one, it's already a bit of a turn.
Mm-hmm.
You know, maybe you just kind of lose and go into a ditch. I've gone into a ditch before.
Right.
You know, I've lived in New York my entire life, so I've done some stuff.
Yeah. Yeah.
I had one on the way back from my time in New Mexico. I would drive to and back, like from here all the way down to New Mexico and back at the beginning and end of both my seasons there. And I drove through Colorado on the way back, and it was like, I don't know, 2 days after our season ended. We had just had our giant, end of season party. So I'm a little groggy, as one would say. And I was driving through Colorado. It was like 7 hours into my drive. And I was going downhill at the top of a mountain. And it was a scary looking road.
Those passes, like when you're coming down, or going up, they get tight.
Yeah.
That is the closest I ever came to like going off a cliff. I spun full 360 going downhill, which is super scary. Yeah. There was a guardrail, but it was not a significant one. And I was just driving down. I was going super slow because I was scared of exactly this. And just went, and I hit like a piece of ice or something on my right side of my car, and it just went. And I slowly, it wasn't fast, but just slowly turned around, and I ended up facing the right way, just on the wrong side of the road, about 5 feet from the edge of a legit 900-foot cliff.
Wow.
It was horrifying.
Yeah.
I think I went 10 miles an hour for the next 5 hours of that trip.
Yeah.
It should have taken me like an hour.
I don't think my most terrifying drive experience have been snow. Like they were when we were maybe in Ireland and the roads are super thin and we're going down this we're going down like a mountain passage that's definitely only enough. It's barely enough for one car, but we're like, this is a 2-lane road. Like we saw someone coming up here. If someone comes up here, what do? We got to reverse all the way back up the hill. I don't think I have anything in the snow as bad as that.
And Ireland has a lot of like stone walls on the side too.
Oh, all over the place.
Yeah, so it's not just like, the road's narrow. What happens? You go in the nice bush. Like, no, it's a stone wall.
Stone wall. Yeah. Which I'm assuming you would just ricochet off of back to the other side.
Right.
So, yeah, it's 15 minutes. Like, if I had waited another 15 minutes, I think I would have been here for, 3 days.
Which people were.
Yeah, people were
Evan
here.
was here for 3 days. People lived here. Look at that.
Their last 4 games have featured winning a game 9-3, winning a game by the other team throwing the puck in their own net twice. You got smoked by the Devils 5-0, and there were a chance to sell the team. And then they just blew out and forced another team to have a players-only meeting last night. They beat them so bad.
On the one hand, good. On the other hand, how much of that is because that happened against the Sabres? Is there any of that? I don't want to take anything away from them.
Probably a little bit.
Well, on the Sabres...
that team is not a very good hockey team if Connor Hellebuck isn't healthy and that's amazing.
That's probably right. On the Sabres, I want to take something you said, and we'll get to the Patriots who blew out the Giants last night. People came for me because I picked the Giants to win. Like, what'd you expect, guys? They're plus 320.
It never looked.
I was taking a shot.
It never looked like they had a chance.
I thought they were due. On the Sabres, though, you said nothing. It's going to be really hard for a lot of fans to buy in. Until the GM is changed. And I agree with that. And last night, I think there's one other thing that could happen that I don't know how long it takes for us to actually buy into this thing happening. But another amazing player on the team that is just on the team. We've been waiting to see him, and he's just on the team. Like this, it's not quite Consta Hellenius coming up and being awesome, but that would help too. But if Josh Norris is just healthy and awesome, that'll do a lot of work.
Yeah.
Right?
It'll help a lot.
If you all of a sudden have multiple forwards that you think are world-class level, Olympians / whatever, just on that cusp. Like I've got Dahlin and Tage. And after that, what am I at? I'm at, well, Zucker's nice, and Benson's analytics are good, and
he's on his 70 assist pace.
There you go. So I've got, how about Samuelson? I can make my jokes that he should be up for the Norris. But another just awesome player, if Josh Norris ends up working out and being a better player than Dylan Cousins, okay. Josh Doan looks like a nice piece, right? Like he's having, but Norris to me is the only other thing that if it started to look really good for a month, and I mean they play 14 games and he has 17 to 19 points. Like, okay, now I feel like I can start to see my way out of the desert because, I mean,
if you're just plugging in a point per game player
just
on the team.
Controversial take here. What they really need are more really good players.
Yes.
And that's been the case for a long time. Like, they need more really good players. And if it turns out, that guy that hurt his shoulder in a face-off and we said he's going to be out for 8 weeks and you got mad? Yeah, I remember him. What happened? Oh, he came back and ripped off 30 points in 20 games. Oh, that's significant. That would get me more to the screen. That would get me to, let me check out the standings. How good are these teams,
It's a bad year.
That's the thing. I almost want to borrow a little bit of a Bills mindset and say, I don't know if they're very good. The good news is you might not have to be very good this year.
Right, because at the moment, you're at 26 points, and the top 3 in the division are Tampa at 34. Don't worry about them. They've won 7 in a row. So you're at 26. Number 2 in the division is Boston with 30, and number 3 is Montreal with 29.
Right.
Division stinks.
Now,
Division stinks.
You're still tied for last in the East in point percentage.
Right.
But nobody appears to be all that good. So, all right. There we go.
And you haven't been healthy, and he's a big piece of that. It would go a long way. You're going to have to see, I think, half a season's worth of him being that level of player. Because really, he's been that player one time in his entire career, and this is year 7 for him. So you're asking for him to get that amount of buy-in from fans and to do things that he did last night on a consistent basis. He's got to be a player that he's been one time in 7 years. So your odds of him being that good, if it does happen, like Kevin Adams will get another win in his pocket, I think, on a trade.
Yep.
And then suddenly Adams could look good on like all the big trades he's ever made, which is kind of funny.
Because he waited so long to make them?
Exactly. So I don't know how much credit he'll really get. But at the moment, like the McLeod-Savoy trade looks great for him.
Mm-hmm.
The Byram for Middlestat trade might not look great for him, but it doesn't look bad because they didn't give – Colorado dumped Middlestat after like 4 months. So that's not the end of the world. And then your Peterka, Doan, and Kesselring trade
Looks just fine.
Doan's got more points than J.J. Peterka waking
Trust
up
me,
this morning.
I know. Sabres Twitter feels the need to point that out every day.
It's funny. Sabres Twitter is at the same time wanting, like, constantly, let's fire Kevin Adams into, this is why we won this trade.
Yeah.
Because the other one is Josh Norris, which you could do. I did this even a little bit last night because Cousins, I think, is having a fake good year in Ottawa. He's got 4 even strength goals on the year, and in 2 games, Norris already has 2. Mm-hmm. So the trades aren't even looking that bad, but right, it took so long to make them that I don't think you'll get full credit. If Doan goes off, though, and he's like a legit number 1 center, I don't even need like Olympian level, but if he's just a competent
30, 40 goal scorer.
Yeah, number 1 center caliber player in the NHL and he stays healthy for like 2 months, then I think the tide could turn a little bit on how fans think about it.
When they missed by a point, Tage had 30 to 40.
47 and 47.
Okay, what did Tuck have that year?
Tuck had
30 to 40.
Goals, I think he had 36.
36, okay. Because
Skinner, I think, also had like 35.
Right, you had 3 guys.
Cousins had, goals that year. Tage had 47, Tuck had 36, Skinner had 35, Cousins 31, Olofsson 28.
Yeah.
You had 5 guys with 28 or more goals.
Pretty
and 4
good.
in the 30s.
And that's the closest you got. You scored a bunch of goals. You got kind of close.
Yeah.
Yep. Then last year, like looking at what they did, you had Thompson with 44. The next closest 27. You had one player over 28.
Right.
The playoff year, I say playoff year. The year they got close, 5 guys over 28. Last year, 1 guy over 28.
Tuck got 36.
Okay.
So two.
I wonder. Oh, sorry. I'm sorted by points here, not by goals.
Yeah, two guys. 2 over 28.
2 over 28. So, yeah, more good players, more goal scorers. Like, that's good. The other thing I'm immediately asking about myself, about Norris, and I don't know when you would feel like you could trust it, that he's going to stay healthy. It's almost impossible to trust it.
Waiting to say that. Yeah.
Could his presence, if he finishes the season, plays healthy, and has a 40-point pace, 40-goal pace, 30-goal pace, and you just feel great about it, would that make it more or less likely you bring back Alex Tuck? Would you feel like, I've got another really good player at a really good value that drives play, and I don't know that I need to get Alex Tuck this money because maybe I have more building blocks of a good team. This hopefully is a decision made by like Yarmo maybe. Is Kevin Adams going to be around to sign an 8-year deal for Tuck at top dollar? Maybe not. But what would you do about that? Would Norris change? Would it make you think we're closer, stay in this game, bring back Tuck? Or is it more of I've got a good player here. I don't need to go and spend this 12 here. I'll spend it somewhere else, younger, whatever it might be. It doesn't have to be directly related, but it's instantly a thought I have because that's how this works. Somebody shows up like, oh, maybe I can get by without that other guy.
If you believe they would spend the money that they would but they would retain by not paying Alex Tuck $11 million a year. Right, like that's part of it too. Because one thing about Norris is he's already under contract. Mm-hmm. Like there's no, I got to pay one of the two. Like Norris is here until 2030. Like he's here for the long haul. So I think if he were to stay healthy and be a legitimate number one center, then I don't know. Like that should ramp up the desire to maybe even keep Tuck. I think it depends how the season is going too, but. If they're healthy and Norris is playing well and they're back in the race and they're even in a spot at some point during the year, then I don't know, just like it's hard for me to ever get to they should move Alex Tuck unless you just know you're out of it and things are going poorly. That's when you trade Alex Tuck. I think if things are going well, they're going to want to keep it together, aren't they? If things are going well from here to the deadline, and the GM is in place still, because the GM's in place still because hey, things are actually looking up. Division's bad. Maybe we're third in the division.
Well, I don't mean from a standpoint of getting rid of him at the deadline and selling. I just mean the Tuck decision is going to be, are you going to pay more than he's worth for longer than you should because you're the Sabres and you can't lose that guy. And I wonder if you get a little better if you feel less desperate to need to do that. Like, imagine if they made the playoffs and won a round this year, which, again, like, that seems nuts. Are they more or less desperate to get it done? Maybe his price comes down because he sees, hey, we're good. All right.
Right. He might be charging them a premium right now because you're asking me to sign an 8-year deal with a team that's been horrible.
Right. If they finish in 27th, his price might be $14 million. If they finish in 13th and win a round, that price might be $11.5. Just because, okay, life's fine. I'm good with this. I don't need to be convinced to stick with this organization in the midst of this, horrible drought. So I don't know, last night was a good night. They beat Winnipeg. Norris looked great. It
also could be 11.5, by the way, because that's going to be the going rate of a player of his caliber at his age.
Well, that's the going rate.
Adrian Kempe went for basically that price, and he's the same age, and he's had less goals than Tuck has.
He's the same age, and he didn't hit unrestricted free agency either.
No.
And he stayed with which team?
He stayed with the Los Angeles Kings,
which is a competitive team in a big market. That if you're him, you're like, fine, I'll just take that money.
But if anyone believes Tuck isn't getting $11 million on the open market, I think he's getting more than that.
No, that's what I'm saying. I think
that's why I almost feel like he'd be crazy to sign with the Sabres.
All the comps to me seem low because he might really take it all the way to free agency to the moment to July 1st.
And the other thing with the Sabres, it's always a compounding issue. It's not always just, hey, what does it look like on your cap and the term, but also every contract in the league right now that's being signed is it's just heavily bonus
Right.
It's a heavy bonus contract.
You got to write a check for whatever.
And
it's got to go all in escrow.
Honestly, we could be arguing about should you give him 7 or 8 years and this $1 million? But the Sabres might even be open to that. It's possible they would be differing on Tuck wants all bonus money, and the Sabres don't want to do any bonus money.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. 803-0550. Sabres win. Winnipeg has a players-only meeting, and for the Sabres now, it's a lengthy road trip. It's a good thing they got this win ahead of the road trip because the trip is long, and they're going to need some wins. Philly, Winnipeg, Calgary, Edmonton, Vancouver, Seattle. That Western Conference, we get some Sabres After Dark coming up this month into next week. Their next home game is December 18th, so they will be gone for a while, and maybe they can stack some wins.
Maybe Cooley comes back at some point during that time as well. We'll see. But, hey, if they're healthier, how many games have we really felt like they've played this year that we could really judge whether they're a good team or not? I don't think it's just the one. I don't think it has to be Norris is in the lineup. But is it 2 weeks of games?
Maybe. It's not many.
To see if your blueprint was actually worthwhile at all.
Right. To see Kesselring and Norris and
Benson, because he didn't play a lot of games.
To see your pieces in place, to see your upgraded Samuelson, to get Dahlin, to get Tage.
Zucker missed a month with a virus, right?
Through this frustration, a lot of players have missed a lot of time, and nobody wants to make excuses. Nobody wants to hear excuses, but maybe a good solid month of seeing who they are could be good.
That's why, when I see, hey, what's with the Sabres? Once in a while, they're crushing teams. So, why can't they do that all the time? That's not why I'd be open to them actually being a good team from here to the end. The reason I'd be open to them being a good team from here to the end is there were a lot of people, especially data looking at it that way type of analysts before the season that said this team could be a good team, playoff team, right? There were a bunch of those accounts and sites that were this is going to be a team that's on the bubble at the very least. And then everybody got hurt or missed with sickness or blood clots. So those guys coming back would be the reason why I would be open to them actually being good from here on. It has nothing to do to me with they mix in a great game here and there. Because every team in the NHL does that for all of time. But if Norris stays healthy, and we probably will be saying that every game he plays for a year, by the way, if he stays healthy, then I think that could be a pretty big difference between what you had at the beginning of the year and going forward. The pace for making the playoffs in the Atlantic, it might be 92 points. It's not gonna. It's been 100 every year to be in the top 3 in the Atlantic, and this year it might be 92, 93 points.
Well, their pace right now is 82, so they're gonna have to win.
They still have to go above that.
I love doing it. Lindy's5.com, which I use differently than it was intended, because the goal was 6 out of every 10 points.
Right.
And Lindy doing 5 game sets, did you get 6 out of 10? The Sabres, of course, have not done that. But at Lindy's5.com, you can click the what if part and add in wins and losses. And I can basically, just like the New York Times playoff machine, click wins until they get back on the pace of just 6 out of every 10. And starting now, they have to win 5 in a row to have a game for a chance to then win and get ahead of the pace. So 6 more consecutive wins would get on that pace.
Yeah,
a 97-point pace.
I like the Sneaky Joe plan instead, which was I think I said this a week. You might have been off, which is just climb over 1 team a week. There you go. That's your goal. 1 team a week, and within a month and a half, you're in a spot. And yesterday they climbed over 2 teams.
That's right, but that's difficult because tonight they could fall behind those 2 teams.
That's right. That's why you got to do it every Saturday.
Every Saturday, see how many teams?
Every Saturday night, where are you? You got to climb over 1 team a week every Saturday night.
Do you have a number you're shooting for? Is it 95? Because they have to win 5 consecutive games to get on the 95-point pace.
I don't think it's going to take 95.
Okay.
I think this is a bad year. It could really be 90, 91, 92. That would probably be the division spot that would be available. Right now, Boston and Montreal are your 2 teams in the Atlantic, and I don't think anybody is convinced those are good teams at all.
803-0550. On the Sabres, if you want it. We opened there. Winnipeg had their player-only meeting, and the Sabres head out for a Western Conference swing. We are scheduled to talk with Lindy Ruff coming up at 8 o'clock this morning. And on Josh Norris, one quick thing on him I want to mention before the break, and then we'll get to the Patriots because last night's outcome has really, really locked in some formats, some scenarios for the AFC East. On Norris, though, it's one thing for a guy to just score goals. Like when he scored the breakaway goal, that is as smooth a goal as a player has scored for the Sabres other than Tage in forever.
Did it not look like the Eichel goal?
100%.
From, what was it? It was the RJ Cam Eichel
I'm glad
goal that one
you
year.
said it because what I wanted to say was like that looked like Jack scoring a goal. Like that dude made it look easy all the time, and that's
he's also wearing number 9, and it's like the same, and he's the same height.
That helps too.
That helps.
But that's kind of what got me to. Apologies, by the way. Like the last time I was really excited about the Sabres, it was when they had great players and thought they could be good, but they were not able to. Like I saw that goal, and I was reminded, like, you know, all it really is going to take is a couple great players. How do you get them? Maybe you have one. He just has to stay healthy. So if you want to jump in on that, you can. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. We'll talk with Paul at 7. We'll get to the Patriots next. Some of your phone calls as well. Expected to be joined by Lindy Ruff. Howard picks the Bills. We're going to push that maybe to tomorrow or later in the week. So, you know, plenty of time for you. 803-0550 here on WGR. The other thing I'm immediately asking about myself, about Norris, and I don't know when you would feel like you could trust it, that he's going to stay healthy. It's almost impossible to trust it.
Waiting to say that,
Is could his presence, if he finishes the season, plays healthy, and has a 40-goal pace, 30-goal pace, and you just feel great about it, would that make it more or less likely you bring back Alex Tuck? Would you feel like, I've got another really good player at a really good value that drives play, and I don't know that I need to get Alex Tuck this money because maybe I have more building blocks of a good team. This hopefully is a decision made by like Yarmo maybe. Is Kevin Adams going to be around to sign an 8-year deal for Tuck at top dollar? Maybe, maybe not. But what would you do about that? Would Norris change? Would it make you think we're closer, stay in this game, bring back Tuck, or is it more of a, I've got a good player here, I don't need to go and spend this 12 here, I'll spend it somewhere else, younger, whatever it might be. It doesn't have to be directly related, but it's instantly a thought I have because that's how this works. Somebody shows up, like, oh, maybe I can get by without that other guy.
If you believe they would spend the money that they would but they would retain by not paying Alex Tuck $11 million a year. Right, like that's part of it too. Because one thing about Norris is he's already under contract. Mm-hmm. Like there's no, I got to pay one of the two. Like Norris is here until 2030. Like he's here for the long haul. So I think if he were to stay healthy and be a legitimate number 1 center, then I don't know. Like that should ramp up the desire to maybe even keep Tuck. I think it depends how the season is going too, but. If they're healthy and Norris is playing well and they're back in the race and they're even in a spot at some point during the year, then I don't know, just like it's hard for me to ever get to they should move Alex Tuck unless you just know you're out of it and things are going poorly. That's when you trade Alex Tuck. I think if things are going well, they're going to want to keep it together, aren't they?
On the Sabres, though, you said nothing. It's going to be really hard for a lot of fans to buy in until the GM is changed. And I agree with that. And last night, I think there's one other thing that could happen that I don't know how long it takes for us to actually buy into this thing happening. But another amazing player on the team that is just on the team. We've been waiting to see him, and he's just on the team. Like this, it's not quite Consta Hellenius coming up and being awesome, but that would help too. But if Josh Norris is just healthy and awesome, that'll do a lot of work.
Yeah.
Right?
It'll help a lot.
If you all of a sudden have multiple forwards that you think are world-class level, Olympians / whatever, just on that cusp. Like, I've got Darlene and Tage. And after that, what am I at? I'm at, well, Zucker's nice, and Benson's analytics are good, and
he's on his 70 assist pace.
There you go. So I've got, how about Samuelson? I can make my jokes that he should be up for the Norris. But another just awesome player, if Josh Norris ends up working out and being a better player than Dylan Cousins, okay. Josh Doan looks like a nice piece, right? Like he's having, but Norris to me is the only other thing that if it started to look really good for a month, and I mean they play 14 games and he has 17 to 19 points. Like, okay, now I feel like I can start to see my way out of the desert because, I mean,
if you're just plugging in a point per game player
just
on the team.
Controversial take here. What they really need are more really good players.
Yes.
And that's been the case for a long time. Like, they need more really good players. And if it turns out, that guy that hurt his shoulder in a face-off and we said he's going to be out for 8 weeks and you got mad? Yeah, I remember him. What happened? Oh, he came back and ripped off 30 points in 20 games. Oh, that's significant. That would get me more to the screen. That would get me to, let me check out the standings. How good are these teams,
It's a bad year.
That's the thing. I almost want to borrow a little bit of a Bills mindset and say, I don't know if they're very good. The good news is you might not have to be very good this year.
The Sabres get a dominant win last night against the Winnipeg Jets, 5-1. Josh Norris made his return and scored 2 goals on the night. Alex Tuch, Bowen Byram, and Jason Zucker also each tallied a goal. The Sabres begin a road trip starting tomorrow in Philadelphia, taking on the Flyers. You'll be able to catch all of the game action right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. No practice today for the Bills. We did get an injury update from Sean McDermott yesterday. Joey Bosa, who suffered a hamstring injury in the Steelers game. McDermott said, quote, "We'll see where that goes." Terrell Bernard, Spencer Brown, Dalton Kincaid, and Joshua Palmer are improving. McDermott said, quote, "We'll see where that leads us this week." And Deion Dawkins is still in concussion protocol. He also found out Tyler Bass will miss the remainder of the season following surgery. We'll get an updated injury report later this week leading up to their matchup with the Bengals, with kickoff set for 1 o'clock this Sunday. Around the NFL, Jackson Dart made his return for the Giants, but was unable to stop the New England Patriots. Patriots rout the Giants 33-15 and advance to 11-2 on the season, heading into their bye week, making it that much more difficult for the Bills to reclaim the AFC East. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Nice tip pass. Norris has got a breakaway. Norris, dig, scores! Oh my goodness, what a return for Norris.
One of the first moments of the game brought to you by Firth Jewelers. For the moments in your life, go forth to Firth. What I learned last night while watching the Sabres game was that an awful lot of people had heard me say, I think the Giants are going to beat the Patriots.
Yes, they had.
Wait a minute. When did any of you start listening to my picks?
When did you start seeing tweets? Because New England got out early. They got out ahead early.
10-0. It was like, this doesn't look too good.
The punt return? Yeah. Marcus Jones
By the way,
for a touchdown?
Marcus Jones is a good player. He's a good corner. He's a good player.
He returns kicks at least twice a year. Yeah. Feels like he's got one back.
Anyway.
They did not need a punt return touchdown to win that game last night.
They did not. So way more of you... some of you actually use that thought, that feeling, that me trying to speak it into the universe as advice to bet it? I didn't say to bet it. I was just picking it. If you listen to our same game parlay, our fantastic four-way parlays, you would know not to follow any sort of our betting advice. We were not close last night on our same game parlay.
Excuse me. I mean, I hit like every week.
Congratulations.
Come on. I need the team here.
Congratulations, AJ Brown. You got your production. How'd the team do? Not great. Maybe be more of the team player here. Anyway, 803-0550, our phone number. Get you a call in on the Sabres if you want, and also on the Patriots, which the AFC East, here's how it goes. There's a lot of clinching scenarios for New England, but here's the easiest one. If the Patriots beat the Bills, it's over. That's it. That's it.
Right. Bills can't do anything.
Doesn't matter what the Bills do. If the Patriots win in their next game, because they have a bye this week, New England's off, and if they beat the Bills, it's over. That's the division. If the Bills win, the Patriots still clinch the division no matter what the Bills do, just by beating the Jets and the Dolphins in their final two games in the season. That's if the Bills run the table. So if the Bills run the table, the Patriots would need to lose to either the Jets or the Dolphins, and the Ravens game kind of would only matter.
It only matters if the Bills win.
It would only matter.
Oh, well, even that. I mean,
in that case, if they beat the Ravens, they would need to lose to both the Jets and the Dolphins.
Yeah.
So, it is really, really bleak for the AFC East.
And every game they play, for the most part, doesn't the belief that it's coming. They're gonna drop one that they're not supposed to win. They're supposed to win, and they're gonna have a dumb loss along the way. Like every game they play, where the team they play doesn't even really get close to that. It's just my belief that that's going to happen is it's slimmer and slimmer. That's going to actually happen for the Bills. That Miami's going to be able to beat the Patriots the way they look. The Jets, I know Tyrod being in there makes them a little bit more competent than when Justin Fields is in there, but the Jets are going to beat New England. Really?
Right. It's tough.
Watching them last night, the Giants never had a shot.
No.
They never had a shot. Maybe you thought in the first half that, New England, they punted on their first drive. And there they got down to a field goal. Like, all right, they get down to the red zone a bunch, and they can't finish, and they're kicking field goals, and Jackson Dart has a game here. And then Drake May just hits a bomb in your face, 50 yards down the field for a touchdown. Like, well, this guy's not missing.
Yeah, which he is great at. He's great at that. Is he the best downfield passer in the league?
I think he is. I think he's probably on pace to set records, isn't he?
The answer is yes.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know about setting records, but he's the best downfield passer in the league.
There was a time like 3 weeks ago where he had like the all-time record for what was it? Completion percentage above 20-plus yards. I don't know if he still would be there, but he hit on one last night.
Yep.
He hit on a bunch last night. And that's part of it for me. I watched Drake May play, and I feel like there's no chance that dude is losing to a 2-win team. And if he's got to lose to the Jets or the Dolphins for me to make it, it's more about him. I don't see Drake May losing that game. He finally took a couple sacks again last night. I saw he had gone like 5 games in a row or something by only taking 1 sack. But he did get down a couple times yesterday. But if that's it, he might take 2 sacks in a game, then I don't think you've got much of a prayer to have a bad team beat that quarterback the way he's playing right now.
803-0550. The Patriots have not trailed in a fourth quarter in their losing streak?
In their winning streak?
Sorry, the winning streak, yeah. They've not trailed in the fourth. They've had a bunch of wins in a row.
They were probably tied with Atlanta for a little bit.
They've not trailed.
They've never trailed.
Because I saw it pointed out Drake May has no fourth quarter comebacks, which, okay, they've got 11 wins. DJ in Lockport. Hey, DJ, good morning.
Good morning, guys. So I went to the game last night, the Sabres game, and for what it's worth, I think I'm 6-0 now. The games I've been to with my buddy Nelder. So I got to get to more games because they're clearly winning when I'm there.
Yeah, absolutely.
No jokes. All jokes aside, I never really paid attention, I guess you could say, to Norris last year for the games he did play. I was at the game that he got injured in. Obviously, didn't get a chance to watch him because he wasn't on the ice for too long. But man, the guy's got some wiggle to him. He's got that lefty, little undersized, like Clayton Keller style movement to him. I was impressed. I mean, he looks good on the ice.
Yep.
And any game that Benson is on the ice, the team's a better team automatically. Mm-hmm. One thing that scares me is I like UPL. He's been on the team for a while. Obviously, as a Sabres fan, I like the guy. But it seems like Lyon and Ellis, since UPL's been back, those two guys have played worse. I don't know if it's because they're not playing as much since they're not playing more consistently, but I feel like they're kind of handing the net back to UPL, and I still see that sporadic goalie that's maybe a little bit bigger than them guys, but still doing the things that he makes that save that we need every fourth or fifth time that we need it, as opposed to Lyon, I felt like was doing it every save. Like every time we needed a big save, Lyon was there. That's the thing that scares me the most is they're handing the net back to UPL just because of who he is with the contract, and eventually that's going to be our downfall. But last night, that's a playoff team.
Yep.
The team I watched play hockey last night, I've been through 99 Cup finals, 05, I've been through all that. That was a playoff team watching them last night. If they could stick to that, we're going to get to the playoffs this year. I don't know about winning a round, but I don't even care. I want to see playoff hockey back in Buffalo. But I'll hang up and listen. Ideally, my call was about Norris. The guy's got some wiggle, and
yeah, he's a heck of a player. And we would play a game during the summer where I'd say to Joe, like out of a break, he's like, "Hey, by the way, remember Josh Norris? You just forget he's on the team."
Yep.
And we came into the year, and he got hurt opening night. Like
on a face-off.
Right. Like, yeah. All right, well, we'll have to wait a little longer. So now we've seen, how many games he played for the Sabres? 5?
That was he played 3 last year, and that was his second.
As fifth game.
Fifth game.
So kind of like, we kind of laid it out earlier, which was if this guy is great, that changes the math. On UPL, the Sabres right now have 3 goalies that have played a decent amount of games, and it sure looks like they are working UPL to get back to the starting job. Owen, would you agree? Like, they're putting Luukkonen back in net, and if you're trying to figure out, like, why is this team bad? The answer is their goalies, Lions stole them games early.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And since then, they don't get games stolen.
No, they have been undone by the things that everyone predicted they'd been undone by. Goaltending and finishing. Norris might help one of those problems. He can't stop the puck. And I think that they have transitioned now. If they were doing the winning in phase of the thing that I had been talking about, Ellis would have played last night. And he didn't. They put Luukkonen back in. And I think it feels to me like they're trying to get him to a place where he was when he earned the contract he earned. I have been pretty clear about how I feel about that. I don't think it's happening. I think he could get hot. He could have a great year. But he is not, in my opinion, the goalie of the future for really anybody. But that aside, that they are pushing because they need somebody to do it now. And that they think he's their best shot. And they might not be wrong. Lyon's been struggling pretty mightily, frankly. Like he was really good to start, and he has been pretty bad since, like the caller said, UPL came back. And Ellis, I'm not sure about yet.
Well, his goal saved above expected is the worst of the bunch.
And there are
by a lot
things that I've seen with him that when he first got in there, I thought that's just early jitters. He's not experienced in the league. He's past that now, and there are some things in his game that concern me similar to Luukkonen. Just a little wild, a little out of control. I was talking about this with my dad last night, and the point I made was if you watched Connor Hellebuck come into the league now as a rookie without knowing anything about him, watching him play, you would think this doesn't look good, and he might be a disaster. I say that to say some guys look a little different in the net, but they can get results because they can make saves. That might be Ellis because he looks a little different in the net to me, but I need to see a lot before I'm ready to say that I think that that's what he is. So, and do you want to do that now when you're trying to make this push? Maybe in, January, if you're out of it, you can see. But I don't think you want to play around with that now. And I think they're in a tough spot in net. I have been swirling around moves in my head about, can you move somebody and get a guy? Because Levi looks good in Rochester, but at this point, you shouldn't be saving your path for him. And nobody on this roster has earned you not trying to improve there. And if Norris can come back and score for them, all they really need to do is get saves because they play really well in their own end.
Yeah.
They do. They're good defensively, but they just need to score and they need stops.
803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550 to join us. It is Tuesday. Snowy, winter weather advisory. Patriots win last night, blow out the Giants. Jackson Dart got jacked up.
It's like New England was trying to take him out of the game early on.
Yes.
The head-to-head hit when he was behind the line of scrimmage, the sideline hit. They made a case on the broadcast for why that wasn't dirty. Maybe it wasn't dirty. Maybe it wasn't dirty, but I think the Patriot player was let me put it this way. I think if Jackson Dart had ducked out of bounds, the Patriot player would have destroyed him anyway.
Maybe, but I'm
like that Patriots Ellis, I think it was. It didn't matter if Dart was going out of bounds or not. He was hunting Drake May on that, or Jackson Dart on that play.
I just think you're a running quarterback running the sideline like that. That hit is 100% legal.
Yep.
Started a fight.
Yep.
But hey, we got mobile quarterbacks. We have to be able to hit that. You become a runner. And the league is kind of, always kind of towing the line between what's safe, how to keep him safe, what the defender's allowed to do. And Jackson Dart put himself in position there. So he got jacked up. All right, 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550 to join us. Question for you to think about during the break. Give me your answer. Of the Bills and the Patriots, who has the single best win of the season? Oh, that's a soft schedule. They're paper tigers. The chat's calling New England a paper tiger. Tell me who's got the best win of the season when we get back. 803-0550 on WGR.
Hey, if they're healthier, how many games have we really felt like they've played this year that we could really judge whether they're a good team or not? I don't think it's just the one. I don't think it has to be Norris is in the lineup. But is it 2 weeks of games?
Maybe. It's not many.
To see if your blueprint was actually worthwhile at all.
Right. To see Kesselring and Norris and
Benson, because he didn't play a lot of games.
Right. To see your pieces in place, to see your upgraded Samuelson, to get Dahlin, to get Tage.
Zucker missed a month with a virus, right? Like
through this frustration, a lot of players have missed a lot of time, and nobody wants to make excuses. Nobody wants to hear excuses, but maybe a good solid month of seeing who they are could be good.
That's why, like, when I see, like, hey, like, what's with the Sabres? Once in a while, they're crushing teams. So, like, why can't they do that all the time? That's not why I'd be open to them actually being a good team from here to the end. The reason I'd be open to them being a good team from here to the end is there were a lot of people, especially like data looking at it that way type of analysts before the season, that said, like, this team could be a good team, playoff team, right? Like, there were a bunch of those accounts and sites that were like, this is going to be a team that's on the bubble at the very least. And then everybody got hurt or missed with sickness or blood clots. So, like, those guys coming back would be the reason why I would be open to them actually being good from here on. It has nothing to do to me with, like, oh, they mix in a great game here and there. Because every team in the NHL does that for all of time. But if Norris stays healthy, and we probably will be saying that every game he plays for a year, by the way, if he stays healthy, then I think that could be a pretty big difference between what you had at the beginning of the year and going forward. The pace for making the playoffs in the Atlantic, it might be like 92 points.
And again, that's, it's a weekly reminder to the quarterback, our quarterback. We show him every week. Like, I wouldn't get too cute over there by the sidelines. It happens every week. And so Christian's playing, through the whistle, and as long as the player's in bounds, he's going to try to hit him legally.
Mike Vrabel on the hit to Jackson Dart, which was epic.
That could it be why it looked like to me that he was hunting Dart and was going to hit him no matter what, is if coaches were telling him, hey, this dude doesn't duck out of bounds, play right to the sideline. That could be why it looked like he was going after him, even though,
We have to talk about the Giants kicker doing one of the most ridiculous things you've ever seen in a football game. He chunked his...
He just...
He chunked it.
I don't even know what he did.
Right. It's one of the funniest things you've ever seen. But first, I asked you the question. Of the Bills and the Patriots, what's the best win either of these teams has? The best win. I'm not looking for style points. I mean, the most impressive victory, who they beat. Because it's a lot of New England hasn't beaten anybody. So I just want to know, of the Bills and Patriots, what's the most impressive win? Is it Patriots over Bills? Because it feels like cheating. Let's take that one out. What's the second?
That would be that's on the road against the Bills. Do the Bills have a better win than that? I would say that maybe the answer then would be that you beat a healthy Baltimore in week 1.
Right.
And that is, we haven't seen healthy Baltimore all year, but that was Baltimore at their peak form,
right?
And you found a way to win that game. Or just don't even worry about how they won it. You see 41-40 on the list against a healthy Ravens team.
Okay, healthy Baltimore.
Healthy Baltimore
did lose last week to Cincinnati.
Lamar's not healthy.
He's not?
No.
Okay.
No way.
He's got leg injuries.
He can't. He's not scrambling. He's taking sacks. I don't think Lamar's right at all.
Patriots' best win is...
It could also be the Chiefs.
Is at Tampa. The Chiefs. 6 teams have beaten the Chiefs now.
True.
It's last year when the Bills beat
true.
the Chiefs, they were the only team to beat the Chiefs. This year, everybody's doing it.
But are the Chiefs actually worse than they were last year?
Probably not. Did you see... You want to get mad, everybody out there? Want to get real mad? Prepare yourself. ESPN's Football Power Index.
Yeah.
Have you seen the rankings?
No.
Who's the number 1 team?
Is it the Chiefs?
It's the Chiefs. ESPN's Football Power Index, it is number 1 Chiefs, number 2 Rams.
I think this might sound crazy because of the records, but I legitimately believe this Chiefs team would beat last year's Chiefs team. No?
Who would the refs fix the game for? Chiefs against
Chiefs. The refs
Chiefs
would be spinning.
What do you do?
They would
Chiefs
have no idea what to do.
They'd throw a flag on every play and then pick it up.
Yes. 2 Mahomes are yelling at them at the same time. They have no idea what to do. Yeah.
All right, 803-0550, our phone number. We'll get to Paul Hamilton on the other side. More of your calls. We'll talk about the AFC East, which is not over. But, man, if the Bills are going to find a way to win it, it is going to be with some help. They're going to need help from either the Dolphins or the Patriots. Sorry, the Dolphins or the Jets. They need New England to lose to either Miami or the New York Jets. And that's if the Bills beat the Patriots. If the Patriots win, not this week, but next week against the Bills, it's over. New England with a win would clinch the division with 3 games to play. How about that?
3 games to play.
That is a reasonable scenario.
And they got to be getting close. I saw their 1 seed odds went up to almost 50% yesterday. So, they could be... New England will be fighting for the 1 seed while the Bills are playing for maybe not much down the stretch.
Yeah. The Bills could kind of be locked into a wild card, and we'll be debating which team they're going to play in the first round. But we'll see. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 on WGR. On the Sabres, though, you said nothing. It's going to be really hard for a lot of fans to buy in until the GM is changed, and I agree with that. And last night, I think there's one other thing that could happen that I don't know how long it takes for us to actually buy into this thing happening, but another amazing player on the team that is just on the team. We've been waiting to see him, and he's just on the team. Like this, it's not quite Consta Hellenius coming up and being awesome, but that would help too. But if Josh Norris is just healthy and awesome,
Jeremy White here for
that'll
FanDuel
do a lot of work.
Sportsbook, official sports.
Yeah.
Right?
It'll help a lot.
If you all of a sudden have multiple forwards that you think are world-class level, Olympians / whatever, just on that cusp. Like I've got Darlene and Tage. And after that, what am I at? I'm at, well, Zucker's nice, and Benson's analytics are good, and
he's on his 70 assist pace.
There you go. So I've got, how about Samuelson? I can make my jokes that he should be up for the Norris. But another just awesome player, if Josh Norris ends up working out and being a better player than Dylan Cousins, okay. Josh Doan looks like a nice piece, right? Like he's having, but Norris to me is the only other thing that if it started to look really good for a month, and I mean they play 14 games and he has 17 to 19 points. Like, okay, now I feel like I can start to see my way out of the desert because, I mean,
if you're just plugging in a point per game player
just
on the team.
Controversial take here. What they really need are more really good players.
Yes.
And that's been the case for a long time. Like, they need more really good players. And if it turns out, that guy that hurt his shoulder in a face-off and we said he's going to be out for 8 weeks and you got mad? Yeah, I remember him. What happened? Oh, he came back and ripped off 30 points in 20 games. Oh, that's significant. That would get me more to the screen. That would get me to, let me check out the standings. How good are these teams,
It's a bad year.
That's the thing. I almost want to borrow a little bit of a Bills mindset and say, I don't know if they're very good. The good news is you might not have to be very good this year.
Hey, if they're healthier, how many games have we really felt like they've played this year that we could really judge whether they're a good team or not? I don't think it's just the one. I don't think it has to be Norris is in the lineup. But is it 2 weeks of games?
Maybe. It's not many.
To see if your blueprint was actually worthwhile at all.
Right. To see Kesselring and Norris and
Benson, because he didn't play a lot of games.
Right. To see your pieces in place, to see your upgraded Samuelson, to get Darlene, to get Tage.
Zucker missed a month with a virus, right? Like
through this frustration, a lot of players have missed a lot of time, and nobody wants to make excuses. Nobody wants to hear excuses, but maybe a good solid month of seeing who they are could be good.
That's why, like, when I see, like, hey, like, what's with the Sabres? Once in a while, they're crushing teams. So, like, why can't they do that all the time? That's not why I'd be open to them actually being a good team from here to the end. The reason I'd be open to them being a good team from here to the end is there were a lot of people, especially like data looking at it that way type of analysts before the season that said like this team could be a good team, playoff team, right? Like there were a bunch of those accounts and sites that were like this is going to be a team that's on the bubble at the very least. And then everybody got hurt or missed with sickness or blood clots. So like those guys coming back would be the reason why I would be open to them actually being good from here on. It has nothing to do to me with like, oh, they mix in a great game here and there. Because every team in the NHL does that for all of time. But if Norris stays healthy, and we probably will be saying that every game he plays for a year, by the way, if he stays healthy, then I think that could be a pretty big difference between what you had at the beginning of the year and going forward. The pace for making the playoffs in the Atlantic, it might be like 92 points.
The Sabres get a dominant win last night against the Winnipeg Jets by score 5-1.
Sabres try to grow their game. They do it. Front score! Norris slides it to the front of the net, and that puck finds a way in. It's 3-0 Buffalo.
Josh Norris made his return and scored 2 goals on the night. Alex Tuch, Bowen Byram, and Jason Zucker also each tallied a goal. The Sabres begin a road trip starting tomorrow in Philadelphia, taking on the Flyers. You'll be able to catch all of the game action at 7:30 right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. No practice today for the Bills. We did get an injury update from Sean McDermott yesterday. Joey Bosa with a hamstring injury following the Steelers game. McDermott said, quote, "We'll see where that goes." Terrell Bernard, Spencer Brown, Dalton Kincaid, and Joshua Palmer are all improving. McDermott said, quote, "We'll see where that leads us this week." And Deion Dawkins is still in concussion protocol. Tyler Bass will miss the remainder of the season following surgery as well. We'll get an updated injury report later this week leading up to their matchup with the Bengals with kickoff set for 1 o'clock this Sunday. Around the NFL, Jackson Dart made his return for the Giants but was unable to stop the Patriots. The Patriots rout the Giants 33-15 and advance to 11-2 on the season heading into their bye week, making it that much more difficult for the Bills to reclaim the AFC East. We're kicking off Mission Give Where You Live to benefit Buffalo City Mission, powered by NYSEG. Now through December 19th, you can donate brand new sweatshirts, sweatpants, hats, gloves, scarves, and non-perishable food items to help keep our community warm and fed. Just stop by any Dash's Market location and drop your donation in the Mission Give Where You Live donation bin. You can also donate online through the Buffalo City Mission's Amazon wish list. Mission Give Where You Live, sponsored by the Barnes Firm and Dash's Market. Get all of the details at WGR550.com. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
It's Paul Hamilton. He has the facts to back up his opinions. On WGR Sports Radio 550.
Paul Hamilton's going to join us. His appearance brought to you by Raylax Honda. Raylax, we got this. Jeremy and Joe, winter weather advisory today. Snowy out there, cold. Supposed to be cold for the next couple of weeks, like below normal temperatures. Forecast for Sunday against Cincinnati. I'm going to get you the updated version of that. Sunday, low of 16, high of 26, and game time temperature right now trending for mid to low 20s. So there you go. Paul's here after watching the Sabres dismantle Winnipeg and force a players-only meeting. Paul, good morning.
How are you? Well, I'm getting out of here just in the nick of time, heading to Philadelphia. So
road trip.
I do not believe it's snowing there.
Yeah, Philly and then a Western Conference swing, right, Paul?
Paul's not going to Aruba or anything.
Yeah,
Winnipeg.
I'll be back here enjoying the snow with you guys on Thursday, and they'll be headed to Winnipeg, Calgary, Edmonton, Vancouver, and then Seattle before they come home again.
So not a beach vacation by any means.
No, mountain vacation. It'll be wonderful. Well, Paul, Sabres win last night. They looked dominant from pretty much from start to finish. And the big story is probably the return of Josh Norris, who played great, put points on the board. And it's funny, Paul, like 5 games now. He's played 5 games as a Sabre. Played 3 last year, got hurt. Played 1 this year earlier, got hurt. Now he's back. And I don't want to get too ahead of ourselves because this is a player that's always struggled to stay healthy. But if he does stay healthy, which is a big if for him, I mean, last night was probably the best example of the caliber of player he is when he's healthy and at his best.
And I never put too much into the preseason, especially in the NHL, but he was doing this in the preseason. He was, I don't know, I'm trying to think back. I don't know if I have this totally correct. I believe he was around 2 points a game in the preseason. So, yeah, I remember talking in the morning skate yesterday. It was almost sounded like somebody getting ready to play their first NHL game. He said the night before he hardly got any sleep. Like he was really excited and anxious to get on the ice and get going again. So what you saw last night was on very little sleep.
And he also producing, I mean, the 2 goals were both nice, right, Paul? Like the breakaway goal especially. He gets the power play assists. I mean, part of the value, I think, of having him was supposed to be that him being on that opposite side of Tage would help their power play.
Yeah, well, we know he can score. I mean, the year he had 35 goals, he didn't even play 70 games. It was in the 60s. So, imagine what he would have done had he played 82 that year. So, I don't think there's any question about the talent. I don't think there's any question that he's capable of scoring goals and adding to the offense. He's capable of winning the odd face-off for you. There's a lot of things he is very capable of doing. And he's not bad defensively either. I mean, he doesn't hurt you on the ice defensively. So, and you never know with these guys. I mean, there are guys I've seen that have had, injury prone. They get hurt, and at some point it just kicks in, and they're fine, and the injuries finally stop. I'm not saying that's going to happen. Of course, we don't know what's going to happen with him, but he wouldn't be the first player I've ever seen where, he kept getting hurt, then all of a sudden he stopped getting hurt.
And he wouldn't be the first player, Paul, that an organization, this is a big change of scenery point for Norris. Like, you're Ottawa, you're like, we're just tired of this. We just want to do something else, So good luck. And you see a lot of Senators fans, after a trade, Paul, sometimes people will be mad at a player. Like, Sabres fans are happy that J.J. Peterka, anything that goes wrong for him, and I understand with good reason. With Norris, in this trade, it feels like Sens fans are legitimately, hey, I hope that guy gets it together. He just couldn't stay healthy for us, and the organization grew tired. And for the Sabres, it's fresh. So, we saw our first little bout of missed time, and now we'll see where it goes from here.
Yeah, and when I tweeted out that after the morning skate that he was playing, I noticed quite a few Ottawa people were on that tweet, including a couple of radio stations, and so they haven't forgotten about him there. I'm not sure a lot of people in Ottawa were extremely happy with that trade, but sometimes it's just, and I think Alex Tuch is a good case in point. I mean, up until 2024-25. He had 78 games his first year in the NHL and never did that. He had like 74, 42, 55, 50. Of course, COVID's in there. 74, 75. Then he hit 82 last year and has played all 26 this year. So sometimes your fortunes just change.
Yeah. I think the hope for Norris, too, and maybe the maintenance the Sabres might deal with him is that it's been the same injury, right, that's been repeating. So that almost, though, I wonder if you could target it better. If it's a different injury every single time, it's like, what are we supposed to do? Like, Samuelson's maybe been that a little bit over his career. He could be another example of this, by the way, Paul. Samuelson, I mean, cross your fingers. It's still early in the season, but he was a guy that it was, man, this guy just can't stay healthy, and now you're seeing him stay healthy, and it's going well for him too.
Well, last year was the most games Samuelson ever played, which was 62, and this year he's played 24 out of 26. So, and has had a very, very good year for the Sabres. So, it's, as I said, sometimes things just switch around. You don't know. I'm not predicting it. There's no way to predict it. We will find out as time goes on.
How do you feel about kind of how the lineup now looks? Like they're not all the way back to full health. Kulik's still out. Kesselring, of course, still too. But like the lineup you saw last night with Norris included, Tage moves back to the wing. Their top three lines, especially, Paul, like on paper, they even, I think, look a lot better. And then you saw it, come to fruition on the ice.
Well, Norris, right away makes it better. When he got hurt, I said there are a few players on this team they just can't afford to lose, and he's one of them. Thompson would be one of them, and Dahlin would be one of them. Where you just, and I think Tuch, when he's playing his best, would fall into that category too. But they just don't have a replace. They're not deep enough to be able to even remotely hang in when Norris isn't playing. So, they still, I think overall could use another top six forward. And then if Norris goes out, now you're missing two. And it really, weakens the lineup. So, still they could have done better. I still, injuries are part of it, and I want to acknowledge that. But I still think they could have done a better job of hanging in there and not putting themselves in such a hole that now that they have to dig themselves out of. There were so many games where they left points on the table, while he was out and while there were other injuries where, even games they played well in and they weren't getting points in. You could use Pittsburgh. I wouldn't know if I'd say they played well, but they played good enough in Pittsburgh where there was an opportunity to take points out of that game, and they didn't. And Pittsburgh's one of the teams they were chasing. So I just think even with Norris out, they could, and some of the injuries that they had, Benson and others, they could have done a better job of hanging in there. And then when you get healthier, you're in a better position to start moving up.
Paul Hamilton joining us. His appearance brought to you by Ray Laxana. The Sabres win and beat Winnipeg in convincing fashion, getting out to an early lead and chasing Eric Comrie in this game. Paul, in goal this trip, you feel like we'll get a look as they go on this Western Conference trip after playing Philadelphia. Will the goaltending rotation, do you think, start to form into maybe a number one, number two? Like, because we were talking about it with Owen earlier, that it looks like they might be starting to lean back towards Lukin and him having the job. And you feel like the 5-game stretch here, we'll get a really good look into what their mindset might be?
Well, it sounds like Ellis is still having problems. Lindy said they must have had some plane problems or weather problems, that they were on the plane a long time, like, what did he say, 4-6 hours, whatever, a lot longer than they needed to be coming home from Minnesota. And that seemed to mess up Ellis a little bit. Now, don't forget he had back spasms, which kept him out for a while. So that's the reason that they were going to go with a fresh goaltender here. They got in like at 4 a.m. or something like that. And so he wanted to make sure they had a fresh goaltender in. Now, Lukin, in his last 6 appearances, is 3-3, but he's got a 2.22 goals against average and a .908 save percentage. 5 of those 6 are starts. The other appearance was almost like a start. It was the game where Lyon only played 6 minutes and Luukkonen played the rest, after he got pulled in Colorado. So those are pretty good numbers in his last 6 games. I thought he was quieter last night as far as not all over the place and not overplaying pucks. And it seemed like he was in control of himself in that game last night. The goal was a tip in front. Nobody picked up Connor in front. That's a goal scorer, one of the better goal scorers in the National Hockey League. But the overall game, I can't think of too many other times in the game where I thought coverages were bad or defending was bad. That was one of the very, very few errors I thought they made defensively. Letting him stand in front by himself and tip the puck in. That was the thing. Buffalo got the 5 goals. They got to Comrie. I mean, Winnipeg's a mess when they don't have Hellebuck, but we've never really seen them without him. And they had a players-only meeting because now they have to hang in. It's 4 to 6 weeks, and this is only the 7th game, and you're 2-5 without him. And if the Sabres are looking for a landing point for one of their goaltenders, Winnipeg might be interested. I don't think what they've got in goal right now is going to keep them in the race. And, we know what Comrie is. He's played in Buffalo. I don't think he's going to keep him in the race. So that's why, it was kind of funny because I was walking after Lindy was done, and I saw Scott Arniel and said hello to him and talked to him for a while. And I thought it was a little strange he was standing out in the hallway. And that's why, because there was a players-only meeting going on in his room.
He got kicked out.
Yeah. He didn't tell me that. I found that out after I talked to him.
Yeah.
They got to find a way. But if Buffalo's looking to, if they've made a decision of, they're keeping whatever, that might be a landing point for one of their goaltenders.
Wouldn't the guy that makes the most sense for that be Lyon? Because he's a veteran, and that might be more Winnipeg's. Because if you are the Sabres, Paul, like in a perfect world, I think if you could choose the 2 guys that would perform well for you going forward, I think you would want UPL and Ellis to do it just because they're younger, and maybe you could build off that, not just for this year, but beyond.
And I think Lyon could be more of a long-term backup for them. I don't think Comrie is good enough to be and Lyon can maybe handle what it would take to be behind Hellebuck.
Yeah.
So that's why, what your idea right there would make more sense, because it could be, and he's got another year left on his contract. Now, I'm off the top of my head, I don't know what Comrie's contract situation is, but that might be a better solution for them, especially after Hellebuck gets back.
Right, and they're not going to want to pair Luukkonen's salary with Hellebuck's anyway, so he wouldn't be an option. Paul,
Luukkonen's high maybe for Luukkonen, but he's not high for goaltenders.
Right. Paul Hamilton with us. Paul, on the lineup, is Noah Ostlund, you think, at this point, here to stay? Like, it feels like game to game, he's pretty consistent. He's not always putting up points, but I feel like he's been pretty consistent for them.
He has been, and it gets down to, all right, when Kulich comes back, where do you put him? Where does he fit in? Does he fit in where Ostlund is right now? But the thing is, too, do you have other injuries when Kulich gets back? It doesn't sound like he's not even skating, so he's not imminent to be coming back. You hardly hear anything about Danforth, which tells me I wonder if he had a surgery or something like that. Mm-hmm. He just got hurt, and you don't really hear anything about him other than Lindy did mention him the other day for the first time in a while in the not skating category, why Kesselring has taken the ice on his own. So that's good news for Sabre fans there. But I don't know where Danforth fits in, but I think the one is Kulich, that would have an effect on Ostlund one way or the other. But, I talked to him for the pregame yesterday, and he's looking at it exactly the way he should. He said it's his job to make it difficult on Lindy Ruff to make a decision, to send him back. And he said the biggest thing for him has been play well defensively. His offensive numbers have been fine. His shootout was phenomenal. As Lindy Ruff will quote Lindy Ruff, he said that was sick, and that was a nice move in the shootout. So he hasn't done anything to hurt himself. As Kevin Adams has always said, if somebody plays well enough, they will find a spot for them. So that's the question: has he played well enough where he has forced the Buffalo Sabres to find a spot for him?
Paul Hamilton joining us. His appearance brought to you by Rail-X. On the Rail-X, we got this. The Sabres win. And next up, it's Philly and then the lengthy road trip. Their next home game is on December 18th. Paul, thanks very much. We'll chat as this road trip gets started, and enjoy your travels.
No problem, guys. Take care.
Paul Hamilton joining us. So the Sabres win, and they are, whatever you want to say, in the mix.
There's 3 points out of a spot.
Okay, they're 3 points out of a spot. With the team that's in the spot, Philadelphia. So their next game is against.
Well, yeah, right.
Sorry, I'm looking at the wild card.
Right. Yes.
The wild card is 31. Montreal's 29. You're right. They could get in the division before the wild card, which the NHL playoff format is just dumb. It's so bad. It's so bad. But hey, whatever it is.
I mean, the point system's also bad.
Yeah.
All of it's bad. Everybody fake being in the race. By the way, tomorrow night's game is TNT, if you're wondering, against the Flyers.
Okay.
Who I don't feel like have made the playoffs in a long time either.
Flyers?
It's the last time they made the playoffs.
Ooh.
Can't remember the last time.
Never with Ristolainen.
No, they have not, because I believe he is now the all-time NHL leader in games played without a playoff appearance.
Yeah.
It was Skinner forever, obviously. They have not made it since the COVID year, which are we even counting that? They got in through a round robin. Other than that, they have not made it since 2018. They have not won a round outside of the COVID year since scrolling 2012.
Eek. All right.
Tough.
It was at the round against the Sabres?
No, it was the year after.
Okay.
That's 2 playoff series wins ago. Again, if I'm just taking out the COVID nonsense here. They have not had a good go of it either. Danny Briere, hot seat coming into the year. But they're doing okay, so I guess it's going okay.
Does he want this job? 8030550.
You ask that every former Sabre I ask, being because it's funny.
That's how you get a job.
True. Like all the former Sabres that are GMs coming into this year were like on the hot seat. And Briere might be doing okay, Greer might be doing okay, but Drury's probably getting fired at some point.
I have a quick question for you. So the Sabres win, and they're off to Philadelphia, and we'll see. Beat Philly and move closer to the wild card. The Bills and the Patriots. How is it?
Shouldn't it be infuriating that this has happened?
No, it should not be.
Well,
I mean,
what
maybe.
if it goes further than this? Like, how mad are Bills fans going to be if this quickly Drake May matches Josh Allen in MVPs and does something they haven't done with Allen, which is get the 1 seed? This quick.
There's that. What I want to put something though that you've said, kind of against this idea that it would be maddening. Of all the teams, because I've made this point to you a lot, life in the AFC for 20 years has been the conference is won by the great quarterback.
Yep.
And if that's not Josh Allen this year, wouldn't you say it has to be Drake May?
Yes, I would.
It has to be.
I think I would absolutely.
And you want to say I don't believe in Daniel Jones? It's because you know he's not good. You want to say you don't believe in Bo Nix? It's because he's a game manager. You don't believe in Trevor Lawrence. These guys have bodies of work. Nix only 1 year. But if it's not Josh, if Josh is not going to be the great quarterback wins the AFC, then the other great quarterback, the only case you have against May is he's too new.
That would literally be it.
That is really it.
He leads the NFL in completion percentage, in adjusted yards per attempt, quarterback rating, yards. Although even he'll tell you that's because he hasn't a bye yet. But still, he's like his numbers are through the roof on everything.
Right. And you want to say it's quality competition because they haven't played great teams. Like you could try and poke holes in New England.
Yep.
But what is New England when compared to the Bills? They have a defense that's just as good, maybe better, but just as good.
It's pretty close.
Just as good. I mean, you might over the course of the season, it's been better. The Bills' defense is kind of finding answers right now, and that's a good sign.
Yeah.
Who's got the better offense?
New England.
The Bills run it better. New England throws it a lot better.
Way better.
Yeah.
Down the field, explosive plays.
Right.
Yeah.
Drake May's number one in the NFL in EPA per dropback.
Yeah.
So if you subscribe to the conference is going to be won by the great quarterback, because it always is. The last random chump quarterback to win the AFC, I haven't done this one yet. Is it Flacco?
It was almost Blake Bortles.
It was almost, but it wasn't.
It was Brady.
It was Flacco. It was
Flacco.
And before that, who is it? Like again, we've done the NFC where it's like, I don't think this guy's very good.
I think if you go before Flacco, am I getting to Rich Gannon? Although wasn't even Rich Gannon
he won the MVP.
Or he was co-MVP or something.
Yeah. Here are your AFC winning quarterbacks going back. You tell me when the random chump got it.
Okay.
Mahomes, Burrow. Mahomes, Brady, Manning, Flacco, Brady, Roethlisberger, Manning, Roethlisberger, Brady, Manning, Roethlisberger, Brady, Gannon, Brady, Tony Banks.
There's one.
That's Tony Banks. That's not Tony Banks, actually. That's going to be Trent Dilfer.
The thing to remember here, there's one other guy that it's kind of, like you forget that this was the case, but the final Peyton Manning year, he was a chump quarterback.
Fair.
He was horrible.
That's fair.
But it's Peyton Manning. So it's like that kind of gets washed away.
So if you think it's going to be a normal AFC year, it's one of those two. You kind of have to pick.
And at the moment, like just one of them, like really, if you just want to go to, hey, which quarterback is playing the best? And if that's the guy that's going to make the Super Bowl, then you're picking the Patriots to go to the Super Bowl.
That's right. That's Drake May. He's playing the best.
And I think that adds to the frustration, right? Like, it's not just that they're ahead of you in the standings. It's that was the way you leapfrogged them, right? Like, we mocked Belichick and the Patriots for having to win a game against the Bills where they threw the ball 3 times. And the Bills were trying to throw the ball, and they lost that game. And then we fought the good fight, it felt like, for a long time, which is that's not the way to win. We have the way to win. We have the quarterback. We're throwing the ball through the wind. You don't get to win that way without Brady. You don't get to win by running the ball 25, 30 times and playing defense. And the maddening part isn't just that they're ahead of you. It's flipped. You're now that team. At least you're more that team than they are.
Yeah, for now.
They're the air raid team now.
Well, I do think there's a conversation, obviously, for the next 2 to 3 months. And then there's the conversation for the next 10 years. Because one reality about this is like the Bills their window is open. They could win this year. They could win the AFC this year. Will it be harder or easier next year is a fair question to ask.
It's a good question.
Like where you're set up now versus where you will be next year. It'll be key to have a big offseason and make the right moves. Will it be harder or easier? Here's another way. Sorry, I'm
Because
asking.
the Patriots have more at their disposal.
I'm asking in 1,000 different ways. I'll just ask this: who will be favored to win the AFC East next year? Who will be the favorite? That's a good question. It's too early to know. Off seasons will matter. Who will be the favorite? 803-0550. The Patriots really, with a chokehold on the AFC East, will get you the scenarios, get your phone calls as well on what it really means to you to see New England doing this. They've won 10 in a row. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. The other thing I'm immediately asking about myself, about Norris, and I don't know when you would feel like you could trust it, that he's going to stay healthy. It's almost impossible to trust it.
Waiting to say that, yeah.
Could his presence, if he finishes the season, plays healthy, and has a 40-goal pace, 30-goal pace, and you just feel great about it, would that make it more or less likely you bring back Alex Tuck? Would you feel like, I've got another really good player at a really good value that drives play, and I don't know that I need to get Alex Tuck this money because maybe I have more building blocks of a good team. This hopefully is a decision made by like Yarmo maybe. Is Kevin Adams going to be around to sign an 8-year deal for Tuck at top dollar? Maybe, maybe not. But what would you do about that? Would Norris change? Would it make you think we're closer, stay in this game, bring back Tuck? Or is it more of I've got a good player here. I don't need to go and spend this 12 here. I'll spend it somewhere else, younger, whatever it might be. It doesn't have to be directly related, but it's instantly a thought I have because that's how this works. Somebody shows up like, maybe I can get by without that other guy.
If you believe they would spend the money that they would but they would retain by not paying Alex Tuck $11 million a year. Right, like that's part of it too. Because one thing about Norris is he's already under contract. Mm-hmm. Like there's no, I got to pay one of the two. Like Norris is here until 2030. Like he's here for the long haul. So I think if he were to stay healthy and be a legitimate number one center, then I don't know. Like that should ramp up the desire to maybe even keep Tuck. I think it depends how the season is going too, but. If they're healthy and Norris is playing well and they're back in the race and they're even in a spot at some point during the year, then I don't know, just like it's hard for me to ever get to they should move Alex Tuck unless you just know you're out of it and things are going poorly. That's when you trade Alex Tuck. I think if things are going well, they're going to want to keep it together, aren't they? Hey, if they're healthier, how many games have we really felt like they've played this year that we could really judge whether they're a good team or not? I don't think it's just the one. I don't think it has to be Norris is in the lineup. But is it 2 weeks of games?
Maybe. It's not many.
To see if your blueprint was actually worthwhile at all.
Right. To see Kesselring and Norris and
Benson, because he didn't play a lot of games.
Right. To see your pieces in place, to see your upgraded Samuelson, to get Dahlin, to get Tage.
Zucker missed a month with a virus, right? Like
through this frustration, a lot of players have missed a lot of time, and nobody wants to make excuses. Nobody wants to hear excuses, but maybe a good solid month of seeing who they are could be good.
That's why, like, when I see, like, hey, like, what's with the Sabres? Once in a while, they're crushing teams. So, like, why can't they do that all the time? That's not why I'd be open to them actually being a good team from here to the end. The reason I'd be open to them being a good team from here to the end is there were a lot of people, especially like data looking at it that way type of analysts before the season that said like this team could be a good team, playoff team, right? Like there were a bunch of those accounts and sites that were like this is going to be a team that's on the bubble at the very least. And then everybody got hurt or missed with sickness or blood clots. So like those guys coming back would be the reason why I would be open to them actually being good from here on. It has nothing to do to me with like, oh, they mix in a great game here and there. Because every team in the NHL does that for all of time. But if Norris stays healthy, and we probably will be saying that every game he plays for a year, by the way, if he stays healthy, then I think that could be a pretty pretty big difference between what you had at the beginning of the year and going forward. The pace for making the playoffs in the Atlantic, it might be like 92 points.
The Sabres get a dominant win last night against the Jets, 5-1. Josh Norris made his return, scored 2 goals on the night. Alex Tuck, Bowen Byram, and Jason Zucker each tallied a goal as well. Sabres begin their road trip starting tomorrow in Philadelphia, taking on the Flyers. You'll be able to catch all of the game action right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. No practice today for the Bills. We did get an injury update from Sean McDermott yesterday. Joey Bosa, who suffered a hamstring injury in the Steelers game, McDermott said, quote, "We'll see where that goes." Terrell Bernard, Spencer Brown, Dalton Kincaid, and Joshua Palmer are improving. McDermott said, quote, "We'll see where that leads us this week." And Deion Dawkins is still in concussion protocol. We also found out Tyler Bass will miss the remainder of the season following surgery. We'll get an updated injury report later this week leading up to their matchup with the Bengals, with kickoff set for 1 o'clock this Sunday. And around the NFL, Jackson Dart made his return for the Giants, unable to stop the New England Patriots. They rout the Giants 33-15 and advance to 11-2 on the season heading into their bye week, making it that much more difficult for the Bills to reclaim the AFC East. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Progress he's made. Patriots in field goal range at the moment. Here's one downfield and caught for the touchdown. Kyle Williams. Progress.
For those of you that are really invested in the wide receiver train, that is former future Bills receiver Kyle Williams, who the Patriots drafted, I think, in the third round, went a couple picks ahead of Landon Jackson. Anyway, Drake May with touchdown passes to Kyle Williams and Hunter Henry and Kayshon Boutte, who returned from a hamstring injury, and the Patriots roll the Giants with Jackson Dart in his return. So here's how it looks in the AFC East. Good morning, Jeremy and Joe. Wintry weather today, winter weather advisory. If the Patriots win their next game, that's against the Bills. They have a bye this week. If the Patriots beat the Bills, the division race is over. They will clinch the division with 3 games left. They would have a 3-game lead with 3 to play, and they would have a sweep of the Bills, and it's over.
They would also celebrate it that day.
Yes, they would.
The Bills there.
The hats would be in the building.
Yep.
That's no matter what the Bills do against Cincinnati. If the Patriots send the Bills to a 5th loss and sweep the season series, the division is over. The other way New England can win the division is by just not losing to the Jets and Dolphins. That's it.
Yeah.
The Bills can win and keep it alive, and then the Patriots can lose to the Ravens. If they win their 2 against the Jets and Dolphins, then the Patriots will win the division, regardless of what happens in the Jets and Ravens game.
Yeah, I guess at this point, I'm wondering what's the likelihood we even make it to the final week of the season with it being alive?
No. New England would have to...
So the Bills have to beat them.
Sure.
Obviously.
The Bills would have to beat them. And then we might get to the final week of the season where the Bills are playing the Jets and the Patriots are playing the Dolphins, and we need a Bills win and a Patriots loss.
And we might be so confident in the Bills beating the Jets that you could be as glued, if not more glued, to the Dolphins and Patriots game.
Right. That would be shades of Bengals Ravens in the Andy Dalton game. Now, in order for that to happen, though, Joe, the Bills have to run the table. They can't lose to Philly along the way or Cincinnati along the way.
Is that true, or could they lose one if the Ravens were to beat the Patriots?
Well, if we're adding, sure, there are scenarios where it does get complicated, but the easiest way to say it is when the Bills play the Patriots, the Bills will need to win to keep the division alive.
Right.
So there you go. 803-0550, and the Patriots
a 10-game win streak.
10-game win streak. Dennis in Lockport is up. Hey, Dennis, good morning.
Hey, guys.
Morning.
Hey, everyone's talking about the Patriots. First of all, let's get something. I'd like to get your guys' opinion, but look at the schedule they have. They've only played really Bills and the Buccaneers, I would say, are the only teams. They should have that record. All the rest of the teams have been losing teams. Now they're going to get into a group of teams, Buffalo and Baltimore, who have to win for their playoffs. And the Jets and Miami could be spoilers. Miami's not playing bad right now. The Jets came off an emotional win. Anything can happen. And then you still have to play into the playoffs. People are sitting there saying they're going to the Super Bowl. You get in the playoffs, as we know, that's a whole nother game, whole nother level. And honestly, I think the Bills are in a good position where they're at. I don't want to see us play Houston or Baltimore, to be honest with you, in the playoffs. But
don't forget, by the way, the first team the Bills played this year, where it was, you know what, that just might be a bad matchup for them, was New England.
Yep.
So, we'll see.
And we had how many guys? We had guys in suspension. We had guys on injuries, if you remember that.
That's right. Ogunjobi was suspended. He is available. And Michael Hoyt was suspended, and he is now hurt and out. Yeah, I mean,
right.
Thanks, Dennis. Anything can happen. I'm certainly not writing it off. I just am not, I guess.
I also don't have a lot of time for, I know their schedule is easy, and I know that it's a big reason why the Patriots' record is what it is. But, I don't have a lot of time for dismissing them because of it, when the Bills
had the same easy schedule outside of a couple of games.
Well, not even that. The Bills, they're about to maybe get the 1 seed, New England. And part of how you do that is you don't drop a game to a bad team that you're not supposed to lose to. And the Bills, almost every year, have one of those. They lose this year to the Miami Dolphins.
They have 2 of them. The difference between the Bills and the Patriots, what is it?
It's the bad games.
It's the Dolphins and the Falcons.
Right, the Bills didn't lose to Kansas City and Baltimore.
That's right.
A couple of years ago, they lose to Zach Wilson and the Jets. They lost to Zach Wilson before that. They lost to a horrible Patriots team when Mac Jones was the quarterback in New England. You get the Urban Meyer game years ago. There's a bunch of them. You could look at, there's 1 or 2 stupid games once in a while the Bills will mix in. That's part of why they've never been the 1 seed. And if New England has a clean slate, where they are also hammering a lot of these bad teams, by the way. They're not winning by a field goal in most of them. They won a 1-score game when they went to Tampa. That wasn't a game they had to win on the road against the Buccaneers and Baker Mayfield. They've done the thing the Bills haven't been able to do, which is go through a whole year and don't lose a game you're not supposed to lose.
Even though they do have 2 of those, to the Raiders and the Steelers.
I was going to say, even though they have 2 of those earlier in the year.
Yeah, they lost to the Raiders and the Steelers.
Beginning of the season.
Right. But to me,
not in this win streak they haven't.
The thing about the Bills and the Patriots' first matchup versus this next one. Here, sometimes I'm asking questions to make a point. Sometimes I'm asking questions just like, I want you to think about this. Since that day, are the Patriots better than they were that day? I think the answer to that is yes.
The day they beat the Bills?
Yes. Is New England a better team today than they were on October 5th? I mean, is Drake May better? He's put together 2 full months of being awesome with no bye week. Just awesome every week, pretty much.
They've fallen backwards into their best running back since then. I know that.
Sure. Okay. So are they?
Their defense has been pretty good. I think they're a little bit better.
Okay. Are they a better team? Maybe.
Yeah.
Since October 5th, are the Bills a better team? Their defense is. Their defense is better. They have found a couple different answers with Jordan Poyer instead of Taylor Rapp, and
Bishop has really ascended.
Bishop has been much better, and Shaq Thompson in for Terrell Bernard. The Bills' defense is probably better than it was October 5th. Is their offense better? I'm not sure. It's probably the same offense. So if they're to meet, like the ultimate antidote for me, or the ultimate argument against who have they beaten, is how good is their quarterback? And the answer is awesome. This is not Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers beat a bunch of bad teams. This is not, hey, look at Jackson. Tim Tebow's got a playoff team together. They haven't beaten anybody. No. Like, if they had played a tougher schedule, they might not be 11-2.
Right.
They might be 9-4.
Yeah.
But
or 8-5.
Their quarterback is awesome. Their offensive play caller is generally considered to be one of the best. And their head coach, I think, is also pretty good. And I think what they have there is a very sustainable winning formula. And all this, if you want to dismiss them for this year because they're young, the playoffs are different, I think that is fair. We'll see what happens when they get to the playoffs. Maybe they get the 1 seed and they go out in a bad game, like because Peyton Manning lost his first 6 playoff games. So maybe they go out early. Maybe this is the best chance you have to get past them easily without making big changes yourself, because this is the start. Their window just opened, and this dude is the favorite to win the MVP, and in some of the odds reflected, they are maybe now the favorite to win the AFC. So I don't think what you're seeing is a fluke. It could be inflated a bit, but I don't think it's a fluke. The quarterback is amazing. He is an elite.
He's amazing.
He is elite. He's had a better year than Josh, which you probably have some factors you might think why. But the quarterback is amazing, and that to me is sustainable.
And also, it's not just that he's having an amazing season. Like, Tua had an amazing season, but you always looked at him and knew there were limitations. This guy's having an amazing season, and I watch him play, and I always think there is nothing this person can't do.
Yeah, he's great.
He's got the arm to make every throw on the field,
he's
chucking
athletic,
it around.
He can make a throw on the run. He can scramble.
That's the most terrifying part for me, beyond even this year. Is I always thought there was a Tua, there was a ceiling. This dude, I don't know what the ceiling is. This guy's ceiling might be up. It might be Josh.
Right. It might be
above Josh.
It might
I don't know.
A little less dangerous with his legs, and it might be a better passer. Like that's right. That's a pretty high bar, but it might be. Dave in Tampa. Hey, Dave.
Hey guys, thanks for taking my call. Love the show. Listen to you guys all the time. I was curious to get your perspective on something. So the Bills have arguably had, let's call it 5 to 6 years of Josh Allen as a prime or an elite quarterback, in his prime. If the Patriots in their, second year with Drake May go to a Super Bowl, just go, and let's not even say win, but just go to a Super Bowl with him in his second year, what becomes the narrative for the Buffalo Bills, right? Is that enough? And I Joe, I know you've said a few times, like, hey, Terry Pagula won't fire Kevin Adams, right? And so you don't think there would be a regime change, but do you think maybe? I mean, if the Patriots go in their second year, right? Like you've had 5-6 years with Josh as one of the best quarterbacks to ever play the game, and you weren't able to get there. If the Patriots go, is that enough?
So
to make the argument to make a change.
Thanks, Dave. I think no, I don't think that the Bills are going to make a regime change if the Patriots make the Super Bowl. I mean, where do the Bills lose? Is it in the AFC Championship to New England? Like that's getting close again. Do they get knocked out in the first round because they're in a wild card game against Houston? Like there's a lot to be figured out. Either way, I don't think there's going to be a regime change. But you might wonder if the GM would have, or the organization overall would have, a bit of a mindset change, because it kind of feels like they think they are entitled to be one of the top 2 teams in the conference every year, because they have been, and they only lose to one team. So it's always been, we're close, we're losing to that one team by 3 points. This year, the playoffs will tell a second part of the story, but this year, the story might be, we lost the division by 3 games with 3 to play. We were knocked out of the division with 3 games remaining. That is a different story. Now you got to go on the road in the playoffs. Like, okay, you were shooting for the 1 seed and you didn't get 1 home game? That is, on some level, failing to meet your goals. So I don't think, if you're looking for it to be a regime change, I wouldn't think you're going to get that. But you might get a bit of a, well, put it this way. You know how Sal said that the Bills game changed when Patrick Queen hit Josh Allen.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that moment would happen for the Bills front office. Like, you guys just got smacked. New England just won the division and knocked you out and went further in the playoffs than you're like, all right, time to get up. It's time to get up and get going. Because this offseason was one that we went into and said they need to find elite players, and they, just kind of supplemented, added pieces, added nice pieces, and we'll see where it ultimately goes. Like, again, they're very far from out of it. The question is, like, how does New England win change it? That's, for me, it's that. I don't know if you have a different answer, what you think about that. I did say in the break, Dave, as you called in, I wanted to put up one of I want to put up one of my very evil polls.
I think you should do it.
But people get.
I already know what the answer is going to be, though.
I like it better when you put them up and people get mad at you for these polls. So let's have
you want to hire me? You want to outsource it to me? I'll put it up. That's fine.
All right. The question is, if the Bills do not win the AFC, which team would you rather see win it? New England or Kansas City? See where that poll ends up as we study the psyche of Bills fans who their second favorite AFC team is the Chiefs.
They've said it before.
It's right. They've said it before.
Through the voting, not through the words, though. But no one would say it out loud, but they'll vote for it.
But doesn't it represent that if that other guy keeps winning every time, then I get to think I'm number 2, and it's just him that's in the way. If somebody else goes in there, all of a sudden, wait a minute. I'm supposed to be the one just on the outside looking in. Not, who's this new guy? Burrow, how'd he get in there? May, how'd he get in there? He's not supposed to get in there. I'm supposed to be next up. I'm supposed to be the one that jumps in when the Chiefs miss the playoffs, which is possible this year too. 803-0550. All right, you're putting up the demonic poll.
It's going up.
All right, good. 803-0550 to join us on WGR. The big story is probably the return of Josh Norris, who Jeremy White here to tell you about, put points on the board. And it's funny, Paul, like 5 games now. He's played 5 games as a Sabre. Played 3 last year, got hurt. Played 1 this year earlier, got hurt. Now he's back. And I don't want to get too ahead of ourselves because this is a player that's always struggled to stay healthy. But if he does stay healthy, which is a big if for him, I mean, last night was probably the best example of the caliber of player he is when he's healthy and at his best.
And I never put too much into the preseason, especially in the NHL, but he was doing this in the preseason. He was, I don't know, I'm trying to think back. I don't know if I have this totally correct. I believe he was around 2 points a game in the preseason. So, yeah, I remember talking in the morning skate yesterday. It was almost sounded like somebody getting ready to play their first NHL game. He said the night before he hardly got any sleep. Like he was really excited and anxious to get on the ice and get going again. So what you saw last night was on very little sleep.
And he also producing, I mean, the 2 goals were both nice, right, Paul? Like the breakaway goal especially. He gets the power play assists. I mean, part of the value, I think, of having him was supposed to be that him being on that opposite side of Tage would help their power play.
Yeah, well, we know he can score. I mean, the year he had 35 goals, he didn't even play 70 games. It was in the 60s. So, imagine what he would have done had he played 82 that year. So, I don't think there's any question about the talent. I don't think there's any question that he's capable of scoring goals and adding to the offense. He's capable of winning the odd face-off for you. There's a lot of things he is very capable of doing. And he's not bad defensively either. I mean, he doesn't hurt you on the ice defensively. So, and you never know with these guys. I mean, there are guys I've seen that have had, injury prone. They get hurt. And at some point, it just kicks in, and they're fine.
On the Sabres, though,
yeah,
you said nothing. It's going to be really hard for a lot of fans to buy in until the GM is changed. And I agree with that. And last night, I think there's one other thing that could happen that I don't know how long it takes for us to actually buy into this thing happening, but another amazing player on the team that is just on the team. We've been waiting to see him, and he's just on the team. Like this, it's not quite Consta Hellenius coming up and being awesome, but that would help too. But if Josh Norris is just healthy and awesome, that'll do a lot of work.
Yeah.
Right?
It'll help a lot.
If you all of a sudden have multiple forwards that you think are world-class level, Olympians / whatever, just on that cusp. Like I've got Dahlin and Tage. And after that, what am I at? I'm at, well, Zucker's nice, and Benson's analytics are good, and
he's on his 70 assist pace.
There you go. So I've got, how about Samuelson? I can make my jokes that he should be up for the Norris. But another just awesome player, if Josh Norris ends up working out and being a better player than Dylan Cousins, okay. Josh Doan looks like a nice piece, right? Like he's having, but Norris to me is the only other thing that if it started to look really good for a month, and I mean they play 14 games and he has 17 to 19 points. Like, okay, now I feel like I can start to see my way out of the desert because, I mean,
if you're just plugging in a point per game player
just
on the team.
Controversial take here. What they really need are more really good players.
Yes.
And that's been the case for a long time. Like they need more really good players. And if it turns out, that guy that hurt his shoulder in a face-off and we said he's going to be out for 8 weeks and you got mad? Yeah, I remember him. What happened? Oh, he came back and ripped off 30 points in 20 games. Oh, that's significant. That would get me more to the screen. That would get me to, let me check out the standings. How good are these teams,
It's a bad year.
That's the thing. I almost want to borrow a little bit of a Bills mindset and say, I don't know if they're very good. The good news is you might not have to be very good this year. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. Winter weather advisory out there today. Happy December. Yesterday was December 1st, December 2nd. We got the kids an advent calendar.
Oh, yeah.
Like
we've got
those, with you open something up each day?
Yep. We have one of those for the dog, actually.
Oh, wow.
There's a treat in each one.
Is it hard to convince the dog to wait till the next day?
He knows it exists, so I often will give it to him when I come home from here. So his new routine now is to go outside, run down the stairs, quickly go to the bathroom. He runs back and he sits right in front
the dog
of
advent
where
calendar?
the advent calendar is.
Wow.
He knows it's there, and he refuses to do anything until he gets his treat.
Wow.
Yeah. He's evil.
Sounds like the toddlers. We're trying to introduce them. Remember the experiment way back when from the tank, the 2 marshmallows, trying to teach a kid? Will a kid wait for a second marshmallow or just eat the one right there?
Yep.
That's toddlers with an advent calendar. The advent calendar we got, Joe, is for my son specifically, it's a Hot Wheels advent calendar. Huh. So you open it up, and there's a Hot Wheels car on the first one. And then there's all these little cars and accessories. Okay. So there are 10 cars in there, and he knows that now. And we're doing one a day.
One a day.
Yeah. That's driving this home. You can't have another one till tomorrow. Okay. Tomorrow. My wife said they woke up this morning like, is today the day? Right now? First thing in the morning? Trying to teach patience. Advent calendars, I remember having them when I was a kid. Open up a piece of candy in there, whatever it was.
I don't remember having them when I was a kid. No.
Yeah.
One, like a chocolate a day?
Chocolate a day.
No.
And then you'd open up the one and you're like, this one's not that good. I'm just going to go ahead and borrow tomorrow. And
that's cheating.
It is definitely cheating. It's definitely cheating.
Because then you just be, at that point, the floodgates are open. You might as well eat them all by December 15th.
Right. Lawlessness.
Yeah.
All right. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. Jeremy and Joe will get more into the AFC East scenarios. Bills win over Pittsburgh. I listened to Pittsburgh radio, and we should probably revisit what they're saying in Pittsburgh because the words rock bottom were used on the show I listened to yesterday. So I'll tell you about that. We'll check in with the Sabres and Sabres head coach Lindy Ruff, who's set to join us ahead of their road trip as well. It's all coming up here on WGR.
Paul, on the lineup, is Noah Ostlund, you think, at this point, here to stay? Like, it feels like game to game, he's pretty consistent. He's not always putting up points. But I feel like he's been pretty consistent for them.
He has been, and it gets down to, all right, when Kulich comes back, where do you put him? Where does he fit in? Does he fit in where Ostlund is right now? But the thing is, too, do you have other injuries when Kulich gets back? It doesn't sound like he's not even skating, so he's not imminent to be coming back. You hardly hear anything about Danforth, which tells me I wonder if he had a surgery or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
He just got hurt, and you don't really hear anything about him other than Lindy did mention him the other day for the first time in a while in the not skating category, why Kesselring has taken the ice on his own. So that's good news for Sabre fans there. But I don't know where Danforth fits in, but I think the one is Kulich, that would have an effect on Ostlund one way or the other. But, I talked to him for the pregame yesterday, and he's doing he's looking at it exactly the way he should. He said it's his job to make it difficult on Lindy Ruff to make a decision, to send him back. And he said the biggest thing for him has been play well defensively. His offensive numbers have been fine. His shootout was phenomenal. As Lindy Ruff will quote Lindy Ruff, he said that was sick. And that was a nice move in the shootout. So he hasn't done anything to hurt himself. As Kevin Adams has always said, if somebody plays well enough, they will find a spot for them. So that's the question: has he played well enough where he has forced the Buffalo Sabres to find a spot for him?
The other thing I'm immediately asking about myself, about Norris, and I don't know when you would feel like you could trust it, that he's going to stay healthy. It's almost impossible to trust it.
Waiting to say that, yeah.
Could his presence, if he finishes the season, plays healthy, and has a 40-point pace, 40-goal pace, 30-goal pace, and you just feel great about it, would that make it more or less likely you bring back Alex Tuch? Would you feel like, I've got another really good player at a really good value that drives play, and I don't know that I need to get Alex Tuch this money because maybe I have more building blocks of a good team. This hopefully is a decision made by like Yarmo maybe. Is Kevin Adams going to be around to sign an 8-year deal for Tuch at top dollar? Maybe, maybe not. But what would you do about that? Would Norris change? Would it make you think we're closer, stay in this game, bring back Tuch, or is it more of I've got a good player here, I don't need to go and spend this 12 here, I'll spend it somewhere else, younger, whatever it might be. It doesn't have to be directly related, but it's instantly a thought I have because that's how this works. Somebody shows up like, oh, maybe I can get by without that other guy.
If you believe they would spend the money that they would but they would retain by not paying Alex Tuch $11 million a year. Right, like that's part of it too. Because one thing about Norris is he's already under contract. Mm-hmm. Like there's no, I got to pay one of the two. Like Norris is here until 2030. Like he's here for the long haul. So I think if he were to stay healthy and be a legitimate number one center, then I don't know. Like that should ramp up the desire to maybe even keep Tuck, I think. It depends how the season is going, too, but if they're healthy and Norris is playing well and they're back in the race and they're even in a spot at some point during the year, then I don't know, just like it's hard for me to ever get to they should move Alex Tuck unless you just know you're out of it and things are going poorly. That's when you trade Alex Tuck. I think if things are going well, they're going to want to keep it together, aren't they?
Morning, everybody. Jeremy and Joe. Happy Tuesday. Sabres win last night, and we're going to talk about it with Sabres head coach Lindy Ruff on this wintry Tuesday, winter weather advisory throughout the area with snow falling this morning, some snow already on the ground, more falling. And Lindy, you guys are getting out of town soon, so good for you. You're going to miss some of this wintry weather that's on the way the next couple days.
Yeah, we may miss a little bit, but we may see some in Winnipeg too, because
yeah, that's right.
it's the time of the year you're going to get this.
Yeah, Winnipeg, Calgary, Edmonton, Seattle, and Vancouver. So, yeah, you're getting out of here.
You're not going to Florida
for the snow belt, the mountain belt up there on the Western Conference trip. So.
Yeah, we're not exactly heading south.
That's right. Well, Lindy, last night a nice win for your group, a dominant win over Winnipeg. And I feel like the story is Josh Norris's return. He's back in your lineup. It's only his 5th game with the Sabres, which is kind of wild to think about. We're still, as fans, as observers, still kind of getting to know his game. And last night was, I think it's safe to say, the best we've seen of it in a regular season game.
Yeah, I think we saw a lot about what we've talked about. Great speed, guy that can find the holes. Did a real nice job on the power play for us. I thought just exactly what you wanted to see and exactly what we need. I thought, you got to see the speed up the middle. He almost broke free in the third period again. Scored a heck of a goal for us right at the start of the third. But I thought that line was excellent. I thought our group, the whole team played well, and it was a great return, obviously, for Josh.
His timeline on getting back, we'd been kind of waiting a couple days. I wonder, Lindy, can you take us inside Josh's mindset? Because it's a guy who's battled injuries a lot, and he plays one game and gets hurt again. Like, is he someone that, I don't know, is really tired of dealing with this, whether it's bad luck or whatever it is impatient to show what he can do? How has he maintained, focus, mindset through so many injuries and to start his career here with a couple as well?
Oh, that's a great question. I'll start by saying that all the days that I see Josh, up to this point, I don't ask him every day, how are you feeling and are you getting better? I just been letting him do his thing. He's been working extremely hard, every possible type of therapy and the off-ice weightlifting to get himself back as soon as he possibly can, and actually got himself back, in our eyes, ahead of schedule, which was great. And, like I said, he's somebody that we really counted on and haven't been able to see yet. But we got a great taste of him last night.
Is he someone that now that he's played going forward, you would manage any differently because of the injuries, or would it just be as if he was any other player?
No, I think it's been in the conversation, obviously, that, when you look at what we're doing with Greenway right now, there's been a conversation about when the schedule gets real heavy, do we need to manage the situation? I think if you look at it, last night was an ideal game. We got off to a good lead. We played 4 lines. I think the lines averaged anywhere from 15 down to about 12 minutes. Typically your top guys are over 20, and a lot of times it's a lot harder hockey. And last night, I think Josh was in the 15-minute area, and I don't even think I played him in the last 4 or 5 minutes. So there was a little bit of even managing at near the end of the game. But it is something that we will keep a real good eye on for sure.
What do you like about that line, which got thrown back together, which I believe, if I remember right, they were together a lot in the preseason, Norris with Benson and Thompson? Did you know that you wanted to go right back to that when all of them were healthy?
I did, and really what, the kind of the lines we went to in Minnesota with the anticipation of Norris coming back was looking ahead a little bit, that we just drop Norris right in Kozak's spot where we had Kozak, up with Benson and Thompson in Minnesota. And I thought Minnesota, we played one heck of a game. Maybe a slow start in the first period, but I thought after that our game was real good. But that's what we looked at going into this home game with Josh.
Yeah, back to Minnesota for a moment. Do you feel like, Lindy, that's a game where, like, if a fan had watched the highlights of that game, they might have just seen one goal was a bounce off a leg and another was a Wild player almost kind of throwing it in their own net? They might have thought that you guys got lucky in that game, but that the overall effort, like, there would have been a lot of other plays where you could have seen a goal go in the back of the net, that there was much more than just the 2 goals.
Yeah, for sure. It was crazy. We had some great chances to score, and none of those went in. But you're exactly right. You could play real and go that Buffalo's the luckiest team. I don't really consider us the luckiest team. We've had a lot of games where we couldn't get the puck together. The game against New Jersey, we probably had 10 great opportunities where we didn't get a bounce. And, I think sometimes you create your own bounces. Sometimes you'll get them when you're going good. The bounces will come your way. We got a couple bounces, but I think part of it was we were playing the game the right way. We stuck with it. We had people going to the net. Talk about net presence and getting people there and getting pucks to the net. And we got rewarded for all that.
Did you feel like some of the results are, like it's 6 of your last 9, but like the last 4 games, it's 2-2. But you've outshot 4 teams in a row here. Do you feel like that even in some of these games, like I guess you just kind of said about New Jersey, where the results aren't coming, that you're seeing evidence that the system is working on the overall?
Yeah. I think we've had real good segments of play that we haven't got rewarded for. We went through a tough segment where I think we lost 4 games in overtime, which really hurt us. And you look at the number of players that were out at that time. I've said this, when we started getting healthy here and we started to get some bodies back, our game has really started to look the way we've all envisioned it. Out shooting teams, defensively, keeping the chances down, limiting the high danger odd man rush type of situations, playing good away from the puck. So we know it's going to take a real team effort. Again, we've battled ourselves back to 500, and now we move on to the next game.
Sabres head coach Lindy Ruff. Lindy, I asked this question to Paul, and I wonder your answer here, because in goal, the season starts with an injury to UPL. Your Alex Lyon's hot to start. Colton Ellis is mixed in. Do you feel like maybe on this road trip you'll have an opportunity to get a idea of what your rotation might be going forward? Is it as easy as playing the hot hand, or is it just trying to get the right mix of who gets in when?
Well, it's a great question, and I think I've answered this, but it's not. It hasn't been easy to navigate 3 goaltenders. And I think it's been a situation where we've been dealing with injuries. We've been dealing at different times. I think there's times where a goaltender hasn't played because he has been really kind of on a maintenance type of schedule. So having the 3 goalies, I think, has been an advantage for us so far. Right now, it looks like all 3 goalies have got themselves in a pretty good situation health-wise. UPL has come out of dealing with his health issues and his injuries. And if you look at the road trip and the way we're playing, I could easily see that all of a sudden you could start riding with a guy who has the hot hand, and that 3 goaltender rotation would probably narrow pretty fast.
Would you almost, it's maybe close to make it, take it a little bit, that if a goalie has a good performance, depending on other situations, I know you talked about Ellis yesterday, but if a guy has a good game or two, that they're going to have a good shot to get the next one?
Yeah, no, I think we've talked about looking at the schedule where guys would play. There's the odd time we look at a goaltender's record against certain teams or how they've played in a certain building. I can tell you that Ellis gave us an excellent game in Minnesota. We had a tough travel night coming back where we didn't get back in here. I think players probably would have got to bed about 4:30 in the morning, and you're sitting on the plane for I'd say somewhere between 4 and 5 hours, and he's got a little bit of a tight back as is, so we're managing that. And I said last night was the reason UPL went in was he was like our freshest goaltender. So and we wanted to get some maintenance work done with Ellis, and that was the decision on last night's game. But I could easily see if a guy gets a hot hand, you're going to roll with a hot hand.
Lindy Ruff with us on the Western Hotline. It's 6 road games in a row. Now, Lindy, you only have 2 road game wins on the season. Is there anything you would pinpoint as to why you've had less success on the road than at home this year, and what maybe could improve when you're away from KeyBank Center?
I think my first reaction is always we haven't scored a lot on the road. When I look at the games, we've been in a lot of tight games where we've had an opportunity in the third period. Almost every road game that we've been in has either been tied or a 1-goal game in the third period, from a Colorado game where we fought back and made it 3-3, but couldn't push ahead in that game. Utah game, same way. I've gone through. We need to start taking advantage of some of the opportunities in the game. And if you went to the Utah game, we had 2 or 3 great opportunities to push that game to a bigger lead, and missed on some great opportunities. So I think it's taking advantage of those situations and playing well defensively will make us a better road team.
Sabres head coach Lindy Ruff. Lindy, thank you for the time, and enjoy the road trip.
Thank you, guys. We'll see you back in Buffalo in about 2 weeks.
All right. to Philadelphia for the Sabres and Sabres head coach Lindy Ruff, and then the entire Pacific Northwest via Winnipeg trip.
Mm-hmm.
Should be a great trip to make.
Winnipeg?
Just the whole Winnipeg,
The whole thing?
Calgary, Edmonton, Vancouver, Seattle. Be a good trip.
Yeah?
Yeah, why not?
December?
Sure.
December, Edmonton, Vancouver?
Snow-capped
Calgary?
mountains, yes. Yes.
All right. Do I have to be a skier to enjoy this trip?
It's a good question. Probably not.
I feel like I might have to be a
You could-
skier to really
you could
enjoy
just
this trip.
enjoy scenery. What's wrong with just, enjoying scenery?
Is there like Winnipeg isn't scenery, isn't it? Just you walk through the tunnels to get from place to place.
That might be true.
I'm not even sure you go outside there.
That's right. That's right.
Sorry to bash Winnipeg here.
No, hey, we live in the same kind of life. Like,
Vancouver is a that I would go there in the winter.
I've been to Vancouver in the summer.
That's picturesque, right?
Yeah.
Oh, the buildings are ugly. Is that the thing about Vancouver?
I think you've heard me say that.
Okay, I've heard you
That
say
it's a city
that was somewhere up there that I
It's-
knew the buildings were ugly.
It's a
even though I've never been
beautiful
there.
area. When I was in Vancouver, I
Mhm.
thought, so this is what they mean when they say Buffalo has beautiful architecture. Because I
Okay.
saw all the buildings in Vancouver and thought, none of these look good.
Yeah. I thought that about Buffalo when I saw, I think it was City Hall in Boston.
Yeah.
It looked like it was a big concrete office building. Yeah.
803-0550. Howard's going to pick the Bills tomorrow. Joe Marino will break down the Bills and Steelers with us and preview the Bengals tomorrow as well.
I think picking them down the stretch here, like what? Well, no, never mind. The next two games, I guess you could go either direction.
Sure, you could go.
Next two games, you could go either direction.
They're going to beat Cincinnati. They're going to beat Cincinnati.
Says the guy very confident the Giants, who got smoked last night, were going to win.
Sorry, I picked a 2-win team to win a game. Now I'm picking an 8-4 team to win at home. And you're calling me out as the guy that picked the Giants?
I am not so confident to just declare that they're going to beat a quarterback who has not lost in over a year. And has won 8 starts in a row.
Who's he beating?
It's a good question.
Their defense
he
was
just
bad
smoked
last
the
year.
Ravens on the road in Baltimore. It's pretty good.
True. The Ravens turn it over a lot. They make mistakes.
Who has Burrow beaten? Okay, in his 8-game win streak, he's beaten the Ravens.
Okay.
He's beaten the Jags. That's a playoff team.
Yep.
He beat the Browns. That's week 1, though, which is always tough for the Bengals. That's a big one.
Fair.
He beat the Steelers.
Doesn't count.
Beat the Broncos.
That's good last year. Denver's right. Last year the Broncos were good.
Browns again.
Doesn't count.
Then the Titans.
Doesn't count.
And the Cowboys in Dallas.
All right.
With the worst defense in like league history.
True.
Through all of that. It's tough because it's such a weird stylistic game. The Bills have played a lot of teams where you can expect like slow play game here, ball control, physical, and this is a game where it might be a race. And they've done well against Tampa in a game that was kind of a race, right?
Yep.
So it doesn't mean they have to lose. I just think it's a different type of game than they play a lot of. And I think Cincinnati could push them into it. Like, hey, you got to fight fire with fire.
Won't the Bills be able to have exactly the script that they want, though? Which is, by the way, the numbers against Pittsburgh, the film guys have counted how many times the Bills ran the same play.
Yeah.
Did you see the number?
Was it 29?
29 times they called the same play.
Yeah, it's insane.
By the 17th time, when the call's coming into the headset, does Allen go to the sidelines and pick up the phone like, Joe, how about this? Just call me if you want something else.
Right.
I'll just keep calling. Just keep calling it. When you're ready to change the play, that's not a criticism. Like if they're, if it's working, keep calling it. But 29 times.
He was hitting the old R2 button where you flip the play.
Okay,
from
left
one
and right,
side to
left
the
and
other.
right.
There was maybe that change.
I listened to Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller's the guy he does the show with, and among the things I heard, rock bottom.
Okay,
is this rock bottom that last week was a sign when they lost to the Bears, but this is truly rock bottom. That nobody cares, nobody's invested, that the owner doesn't care, that the owner's more interested in being thought of as a football town than actually winning.
Mm-hmm.
You did see yesterday, and this is something, if you become a football fan, I'm going to go kind of deep here on something. If you become a football fan and you start watching, you see all the NFL insiders, like they break the stories, you're like, I like that guy. That guy seems like a nice guy. This is where this moment can get you to break from all the insiders and say, like, oh, they're working for the coaches. They're working for people.
Yeah.
Because right now, how many insiders are saying, oh, you can't fire Mike Tomlin? That's insane.
I feel like Schefter is just like he's got Tomlin in his head. Like he's got an earpiece with Tomlin feeding him things.
It's a parade of how could you possibly? That's so silly, and it's like this is where
as if it's not even worth discussing.
Of course, like they are so dead in the water as a franchise.
Yeah,
with him as their coach, with their current build, with how they want to win. Who's their quarterback next year? Let's just review what they've done. Oh, you know what? How about Russell Wilson? And you know what? And Justin Fields at the same time. Right. We'll see which one of these two is better. That's not going to work out. All right. Aaron Rodgers. When he goes, if they keep Tomlin, who would they go to? Who would it be? You want to have a draft?
They're going to pick.
Want to draft who the next Steelers quarterback will be? It will be. Think of a good one here. Think of a good one. Not Mac Jones. He's too good.
No, he's going to go to Minnesota.
Right. He'll go to a good situation.
Kyler Murray?
You really have to pick a guy that's desperate. Yes. You have to pick a quarterback that's desperate, that doesn't have options. That's Russell Wilson. That's Justin Fields. And that's Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
A guy who has had some success, but doesn't have choices.
How about Tua?
Carson Wentz? Tua,
if he gets dumped by the Dolphins. That's an idea.
They'll go with somebody who will win them 7 games and doesn't have options, and that'll be their plan. Again, if they keep going with Tomlin. You kind of
And then they'll win 8 or 9 games again, and they'll do the same thing. Like, they'll just keep rotating. Because that's the other part. They're never high enough in the draft to, like, back into... Like, New England did this, right? Like, oh, we were really bad one year, and Drake May is there.
But it's more...
I'll take him.
It's more than that.
Or any quarterback.
It's more than that. What did they do this year in the draft?
Derek Harmon.
Do you remember the story?
Although, wait.
There was a story.
Derek Harmon went after the Bills, though. Did they have a pick before that? Did they move back into the first round? I don't remember what they did.
They picked Derek Harmon 21st.
Okay.
Do you remember the story? One of the Steelers insiders reported that the Steelers had a first-round grade on Jackson Dart.
Okay.
But they didn't take him. They took Derek Harmon.
This does sound familiar.
Ultimate of what the Steelers are as a franchise.
Absolutely.
They took the defensive tackle instead of a guy they had a first-round grade on a quarterback.
They had a first-round grade on a quarterback and didn't take him at 21.
And if they had taken him...
That's insane.
I mean, maybe he wouldn't be doing as well. And again, like he's still got some warts to his game, but there's juice in there with Jackson Dart to a degree. They had a first-round grade on a quarterback and took a defensive lineman instead.
Yeah.
Like, you're a joke.
So the only available free agent quarterback this year, and he probably doesn't get away from his current team, is Daniel Jones. And let's assume he gets tagged or he stays in Indy.
Right.
Here's your list of free agent quarterbacks. Rodgers, Russell Wilson, Marcus Mariota, and this guy who actually I could see it because Tomlin's got this weird infatuation with him, which is Joe Flacco. Joe Flacco, Steelers starting quarterback week 1 next year. Book it.
803-0550. We'll get your phone calls in right on the other side. We're wide open the rest of the show. Can chat with you about the Bills and Patriots. Revisit this Bills-Steelers game as well and what we learned from it. 803-0550 on WGR. The big story is probably the return of Josh Norris, who played great, put points on the board, and it's funny, Paul, like 5 games now. He's played 5 games as a Sabre. Played 3 last year, got hurt. Played 1 this year earlier, got hurt. Now he's back. And I don't want to get too ahead of ourselves because this is a player that's always struggled to stay healthy. But if he does stay healthy, which is a big if for him, I mean, last night was probably the best example of the caliber of player he is when he's healthy and at his best.
And I never put too much into the preseason, especially in the NHL, but he was doing this in the preseason. He was, I don't know, I'm trying to think back. I don't know if I have this totally correct. I believe he was around 2 points a game in the preseason. So, I remember talking in the morning skate yesterday. It was almost sounded like somebody getting ready to play their first NHL game. He said the night before he hardly got any sleep. Like he was really excited and anxious to get on the ice and get going again. So what you saw last night was on very little sleep.
And he also producing, I mean, the 2 goals were both nice, right, Paul? Like the breakaway goal especially. He gets the power play assists. I mean, part of the value, I think, of having him was supposed to be that him being on that opposite side of Tage would help their power play.
Yeah, well, we know he can score. I mean, the year he had 35 goals, he didn't even play 70 games. It was in the 60s. So, imagine what he would have done had he played 82 that year. So, I don't think there's any question about the talent. I don't think there's any question that he's capable of scoring goals and adding to the offense. He's capable of winning the odd face-off for you. There's a lot of things he is very capable of doing. And he's not bad defensively either. I mean, he doesn't hurt you on the ice defensively. So, and you never know with these guys. I mean, there are guys I've seen that have had, injury prone. They get hurt, they get hurt, they get hurt. And at some point, it just kicks in, and they're fine.
The Sabres get a dominant win last night against the Winnipeg Jets, 5-1. Josh Norris made his return, scored 2 goals on the night. Alex Tuch, Bowen Byram, and Jason Zucker also tallied a goal each. The Sabres begin a road trip starting tomorrow in Philadelphia, taking on the Flyers. You'll be able to catch all of the game action right here on WGR, Sports Radio 550. No practice today for the Bills. We did get an injury report from Sean McDermott yesterday. Joey Bosa, with a hamstring injury, suffered in the Steelers game. McDermott said, "We will, quote, see where that goes." Terrell Bernard, Spencer Brown, Dalton Kincaid, and Joshua Palmer are improving. McDermott said, "We'll see where that leads us this week." Deion Dawkins still in concussion protocol, and Tyler Bass will miss the remainder of the season following surgery. We'll get an updated injury report later this week, leading up to their matchup with the Bengals, with kickoff set for 1 o'clock this Sunday. Around the NFL, Jackson Dart made his return for the Giants, but was unable to foil the New England Patriots. Patriots rout the Giants 33-15 and advance to 11-2 on the season heading into their bye week, making it that much more difficult for the Bills to reclaim the AFC East. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Firing Mike Tomlin is completely ridiculous. Now, yes, I heard the chants. I understand that is the reality for some Steelers fans, but based on my understanding of the situation, let me lay it out for you. Mike Tomlin is one of the best coaches in the NFL. If he ever became available, he would be snatched up in literally a matter of no time if he wanted to. He's a Super Bowl champion. They make the playoffs every year. Most consecutive non-losing seasons basically ever. Now, I don't see any circumstances where Mike Tomlin gets fired by Art Rooney. I really just don't see it based on my understanding of what he's done, that relationship, his meaning to the entire organization. I don't see any situation where there's any sort of coach trade. If Mike Tomlin is not going to be the head coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers in 2026, which at this point would be a major, major surprise, it will be because he takes a step back and doesn't want to do that.
Ian Rappaport. You want to be an NFL insider? Job day one. Will you just to the end defend Mike Tomlin and his right to have that job?
Also, on the idea that he would get snatched up in 2 seconds, maybe.
By who?
How many times was that said about Bill Belichick? Right. How many times do you think that was said, that exact sentence?
Well, they never really considered firing
if you fired him, right, I guess maybe there was less consideration for him on that than Tomlin over time. But it was definitely said about Belichick a lot, especially in that final year. And guess what happened? He didn't get hired.
No, he did not.
He would get snatched up. I can't imagine anybody in the year 2025 claiming that Mike Tomlin's one of the best head coaches in the National Football League.
What teams are going to be looking for coaches this offseason? It'll be the Giants, right?
The Giants are going to be looking.
They're not going to do it.
Yeah,
I don't think Joe Shane hires Mike Tomlin. Personally,
no, unless the owner, though. The owner, I could see wanting him.
Who else is going to need a coach? The Browns? If they move on from Stefanski?
Or if he moves on from them. Yeah, the Browns are possible.
That feels like it could just conceptually never happen.
Tomlin's going to go to the Browns.
Right, that's what I mean. No.
The Titans?
The Titans, good luck. Have a good time.
Hasn't the Tomlin rumor always been college? Wasn't there a thing about him in USC a couple years ago where he had to answer questions about it?
I don't know, maybe.
I think that happened. I'll have to look. Because NFL, there's no job that looks enticing. What if our theory on maybe Shanahan and Lynch split this summer, and they go from Shanahan to Tomlin?
Man.
What a downgrade.
Is he one of the best coaches in football?
No.
Definitely no.
Not at all.
Definitely no.
Here's one way to put it. I know they make the playoffs. They have these winning seasons. He's the best coach in the NFL if you want to win 9 games every year. But when's the last time he came within 4 wins of the Super Bowl? Which is what you are, by the way, when you miss the postseason. It's more than a decade ago that he's come within 4 wins of winning the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
So not even close.
If he's one of the best coaches in football, you'd like to get one playoff win with a scrappy team, and instead they get blown out.
Anything.
They get dominated.
Right. Their defenses get dominated. Like the failure to adjust on 29 run plays by the Bills. He's giving you 4th and 1 punts every single week. Like there's just what argument would you make other than he won the Super Bowl 15 years ago against Ken Wisenhunt?
Right.
He's a great coach if his competition is Ken Wisenhunt. There.
Is Pete Carroll still a great coach? He won a Super Bowl.
Exactly.
A long time ago. Ron and Alden. Hey, Ron. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. First, everyone needs to slow down out here driving because the roads are not good out here.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm out in Orchard Park here at the moment, but just so people know, drive slow. You'll get where you got to go. Yesterday, Jeremy, and I agree with you a lot what you say. I listen to you guys every day, but you made a comment after talking about the weekend football and the Bills, and you said the Bills are in good shape to make the playoffs. Is that? I know that. I don't know. I'm very worried that that our schedule.
They're in very, 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 very good shape to make the playoffs. Yes.
why I want you to explain why we're one game ahead of Houston, who has a tiebreaker. I'm scared about Cincinnati. I'm scared about Philadelphia, New England, obviously. I just want to know why you feel we're in good shape. I just want to understand why you feel that, why your opinion is that, because I usually am very positive. I'm very scared, and I want you to just why you think they're in very, 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 very good shape. Now hang up and listen.
All right. Well, they have 8 wins already. They already play 2 more dreadfully bad teams in the Browns and the Jets, and they have a home game like that. You win those 2, you're at 10.
I'll humor the question. It's about Houston. If Houston beats Kansas City this week, they finish after that with Arizona, the Raiders, the Chargers, and then the Colts. I mean, wouldn't they have to, like, what record would Houston have to be down the stretch for you to be worried? Because they do have the tiebreaker. Would they have to go 4-1 for you to legitimately be worried about them catching you? And by the way, this is why I don't feel worried about it either. It's not even just Houston. Houston could go 4-1. Go ahead. I also have to be worse than the Chargers, the Jaguars, and the Colts the rest of the way. I really just have to be better than one of these teams. And that's why it's likely. It's not just Bills versus Texans. It's Texans can catch you all they want. But if I'm one game better than Jacksonville the rest of the way, then guess what? I'm in the playoffs.
Yeah. I guess I just don't know what do you want me to say? Tell me why you feel like they won't make it. If you want to do that, go. I mean, what do you need me to tell you for? I'm just counting on the New York Times playoff machine. I don't need to think about 10,000, 50,000 scenarios. I got a website that does that and says right now they're 92% to make it.
Does that change at all if Houston, like, can you plug Houston in at all?
If Houston starts winning
let's say
games?
Houston goes 4-1 down the stretch.
Okay.
What happens to the Bills' odds? Like, how much do the Texans really impact it?
Because
that's
they
the
have
theory
the tiebreaker
there.
or something like that?
It's because, they're the first team out. They're a game back, and they have a tiebreaker over you.
Okay.
Like, that's the concept of the call, is I should be worried because they are nipping at my heels.
Sure. You want the Texans to run the table in this scenario? What do you want?
I was 4-1. Give me 4-1.
Why don't I just run the table?
Or run the table. Go ahead.
Is that worse? It's got to be worse. Right. Sure. Okay. Texans run the table. The Bills' odds, which I told you were 92%.
Yep.
Are now. Joe. Oh no. When the Texans win out, the Bills' playoff odds go up. Because they'd be beating the Colts and the Jaguars.
Oh, right, yeah.
They go from 92 to 90.
Colts and Chargers.
Thank you. Colts and Chargers. It goes from 92 to 93 if the Texans win out.
That's hilarious, actually.
Okay. You don't have to trust
I really had no expectation I thought it was going to go down at least like 15% or something.
It went down like 3 points, and then in the last game of the season, it's Texans-Colts. You want the Texans to win, see ya Colts. The Colts are in real danger of missing the playoffs.
I guess that's
a team that's real.
The Colts are in danger.
Why do
the Bills have to be better than one of the 3 AFC South teams to make it.
Yeah.
That's it. Come on, they can do that. One out of the 3 AFC South teams.
Especially because they play each other. Teams will lose.
Right.
Why do I feel good? I don't know. Who would you feel good about? The Chiefs? They're 6-6.
And they've got to be 3 games better than you the rest of the way because they're 2 games back.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, they're in great shape. They're in great shape.
Gina in Delaware. Hey, Gina, good morning.
Hey, good morning. Okay, so I'll keep it on point. Number one, I'm in a weather event, too. So I'm going to take it slow, and I'm going to keep it low in my tone because I get excitable. We all know this. Number one, what did I take away from that Steelers game? Oh, man, I took away the grit. I took away the fire that I finally wanted to see in Josh's eyes. Josh had that fire. Light it up, Josh, because when you light it up, let's go. We won, and I loved that win. He loves the pain. He wants it, and that's what I want to see in Josh Allen. That's what the takeaway was. Number two, about these Patriots, they're for real. Do not put your head in the sand. Right now, we're breathing their dust because they already drove by us, okay? So this is what I want to ask you. And this is a question, and I want to hear the answer. And by the way, the only way we're not making it to the playoffs, to that prior caller, is if we get Billsy. As long as we don't get Billsy, we're going to the playoffs. So relax. All right, back to the question. If we were supposed to have an easy season, and I believe we all thought that in the beginning. I heard it. I heard it many times over. Easy season, guys. Easy breezy season. Why are we at 8-4? And if the Patriots, okay, have an easy season, then why are they so way ahead of us? That's the question I have for you. Other than that, go Bills, and I love it. Give me more grit. Light it up, Josh. Go Bills.
Thanks, Gina.
They are above the Bills because their quarterback is playing better than the Bills' quarterback is. Right?
And his weapons are better. His downfield passing game is elite.
And that's folded into it. Yeah, that's part of it.
And yes, they've played a soft schedule. Those are the reasons. Why are the Bills 9-4? 8-4. 9-4. Why are they? They're 9-4.
The Bills?
Oh, they're 8-4.
No, 8-4.
8-4. Sorry, they're 8-4.
You had it. Yeah.
Why are they 8-4? Because their offense has not been reliable. That's it. The defense has played good enough to win every game except the Baltimore game, which is a game they won. Every other game, the defense has played well enough to win. Pretty much.
And also, again, part of it is New England has beaten some of the teams that the Bills lost to.
Atlanta and Miami.
They beat Atlanta.
That's the difference.
And they won the head-to-head.
Right. The difference in the seasons,
Head-to-head.
if the Bills were kind of on their P's and Q's all year, we would be looking at a last year Lions-Vikings, where you're going to the wire, the winner's the 1 seed, and the loser's on the road.
And
but the Bills haven't done their job. They lost to Miami in a terrible performance. They lost to Atlanta in a terrible performance. Why are they here? They're here because their offense has been unreliable.
You know what? We can simplify it even more than that. The Bills are in the spot they are in the division because they lost to the Patriots at home.
Right.
That's it. They would not be in first this morning, but if they had won that game at home against New England, the Patriots would be 10-3 and the Bills would be 9-3. So you would have to you would have the opportunity. All I got to do is beat them. All I got to do is beat them, and I'm in the driver's seat. But you lost to them at home by a field goal. That's the loss.
You lost to them
more
at
than
home.
any of the other common games. You lost to them.
And the one thing about that game that I like to push back on, I think people like to treat it like a fluke. And I don't think it looked like a fluke at all. In that game, the Bills turned it over 3 times, and it took a field goal to beat them. The Patriots didn't play perfect, but the Patriots had a 10-point lead in the second half.
Right.
The Bills scored 10 in the fourth quarter to tie it, only for New England to go down the field and win.
I think I wouldn't call it a fluke. I would say the thing I would hope would be most different, were you to play them now, or what you would have hoped would have been different when you played them then, is you had Diggs against Tre'Davious White the whole game, and White couldn't stick with him at all.
And you are still going to have that?
I would hope that we'll see out of the bye how much Hairston is playing. Okay. I would hope that you have 0 Trey White covering Stephon Diggs.
Okay, so Benford's covering Kayshon Boutte.
No, I would say you shadow Diggs with Benford and you cover Boutte with Hairston.
Okay, and then
because he's the downfield guy anyway.
And then Mac Hollins' revenge game.
Right.
Maybe.
I think your defense is more set up to do better against them this time than they did then.
Yeah, your defense is better set up. That's right. May in that game was in the second half was 13-14.
Right.
The game was not a fluke.
And he closed it, right? He
Bills
made big throws to win the game. No game-winning drive, I guess, because they weren't trailing. But that's a
game-winning drive.
That's a game-winning drive.
That's definitely a game-winning drive.
Big plays, big throws, avoiding Daquan Jones.
Yep. It was no fluke. They were the better team that day. They outplayed the Bills. So I know sometimes we like to say, a couple turnovers. It was not a fluke. Patriots turned it over once.
Remember, it was pretty even. I mean, yards were almost the same. Yards per play were actually exactly the same, 6.0 to 6.0. Plays were the same. Time of possession was the same. Because even the Diggs part of it was, Diggs went off against you for 146. Kincaid had 100+ in that game.
Yep.
So you had a guy show up in the pass game. It was close, and it kind of felt like maybe a Kansas City playoff game a little bit. You were right there with them. You were just as good as them, but they made a couple of the big plays at the end to win it that you needed.
Going to be a fun one in 2 weeks. Bill's got to, of course, beat Cincinnati, keep the pressure on, and New England's road is pretty clearly laid out. 803-0550. We'll get more of your phone calls in. 1-888-550-2550. Grandpa's going to tell you kids a story.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. I saw something yesterday that made me think about something that will scratch an itch for people of my age that you three, I'm going to guess, don't know anything about because you're young and don't know anything.
Phone books?
Close.
Really?
Close.
close on phone books.
Kind of. Has to do with newspapers.
Okay.
I'll tell you that next.
Hey, if they're healthier, how many games have we really felt like they've played this year that we could really judge whether they're a good team or not? I don't think it's just the one. I don't think it has to be Norris.
AAA.
But is it 2 weeks of games?
Maybe. It's not many.
To see if your blueprint was actually worthwhile at all.
Right. To see Kesselring and Norris and
Benson,
right,
because
and
he didn't
Benson
play a lot
and
of
Doan
games.
Right. To see your pieces in place, to see your upgraded Samuelson, to get Dahlin, to get Tage.
Zucker missed a month with a virus, right? Like
through this frustration, a lot of players have missed a lot of time, and nobody wants to make excuses. Nobody wants to hear excuses, but maybe a good solid month of seeing who they are could be good.
That's why, like, when I see, like, hey, like, what's with the Sabres? Once in a while, they're crushing teams. So, like, why can't they do that all the time? That's not why I'd be open to them actually being a good team from here to the end. The reason I'd be open to them being a good team from here to the end is there were a lot of people, especially like data looking at it that way type of analysts before the season, that said, like, this team could be a good team, playoff team, right? Like, there were a bunch of those accounts and sites that were like, this is going to be a team that's on the bubble at the very least. And then everybody got hurt or missed with sickness or blood clots. So, like, those guys coming back would be the reason why I would be open to them actually being good from here on. It has nothing to do to me with, like, oh, they mix in a great game here and there. Because every team in the NHL does that for all of time. But if Norris stays healthy, and we probably will be saying that every game he plays for a year, by the way, if he stays healthy, then I think that could be a pretty big difference between what you had at the beginning of the year and going forward. The pace for making the playoffs in the Atlantic, it might be like 92 points. Paul, on the lineup, is Noah Ostlund, you think, at this point, here to stay? Like, it feels like game to game, he's pretty consistent. He's not always putting up points, but I feel like he's been pretty consistent for them.
He has been, and it gets down to, all right, when Kulich comes back, where do you put him? You know, where does he fit in? Does he fit in where Ostlund is right now? But the thing is, too, do you have other injuries when Kulich gets back? It doesn't sound like he's not even skating, so he's not imminent to be coming back. You hardly hear anything about Danforth, which tells me I wonder if he had a surgery or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he just got hurt, and you don't really hear anything about him other than Lindy did mention him the other day for the first time in a while in the not skating category, why Kesselring has taken the ice on his own. So that's good news for Sabre fans there. But so, you know, I don't know where Danforth fits in, but I think the one is Kulich, that would have an effect on Ostlund one way or the other. But, you know, I talked to him for the pregame yesterday, and he's doing exactly, he's looking at it exactly the way he should. He said it's his job to make it difficult on Lindy Ruff to make a decision, you know, to send him back. And he said the biggest thing for him has been play well defensively. His offensive numbers have been fine. His shootout, that shootout was phenomenal. As Lindy Ruff will quote Lindy Ruff, he said that was sick. You know, that was a nice move in the shootout. So he hasn't done anything to hurt himself. So yeah, as Kevin Adams has always said, if somebody plays well enough, they will find a spot for them. So, you know, that's the question. Has he played well enough where he has forced the Buffalo Sabres to find a spot for him?
power wash fences. Just hitting that paper in that mailbox, boom, 500 points. You're like, oh.
Right.
Amazing.
That's cool.
Amazing game. Hadn't thought about it since watching that Paperboy on the bike throw papers onto a porch.
You should see all the full playthroughs online right now. You can go back and look at them all.
I might go watch one.
You can have one of these arcade machines yourself for a cool $5,000.
$5,000.
Yeah. Nice little deal.
Put on the list of things I will not be buying.
Right. What's the...
Maybe there's a Cyber Monday sale.
I have one of those tables that have like all of the arcade games just loaded on.
Right.
I'm gonna have to look and see if Paperboy's on there. I might have to see.
What games are on there?
Like Pac-Man. It's all the old arcade stand-up arcade ones, but it's like on one table.
Galaga.
Dig Dug?
Dig Dug, yes.
That was my game.
The old Donkey Kong. That's on there.
You will not beat me at Dig Dug.
Show me some Cubert. You got
Cubert. Yep.
Yeah.
Tapper too. The bar one.
Tapper. What a game.
Wow.
Tapper. Paperboy. Amazing game. All right. 803-0550. Vinny, we'll get to your call on the other side. We got an open segment talk about the Bills, the division. Here's Mike sending me an NES cartridge right now of Paperboy.
Oh.
I know it made it to NES. That's right, Nintendo. But in the arcades, too. What a game.
It's the last time you've been to an arcade. Like with the arcade machines.
Not that long ago.
Really?
Yeah, the kids like driving games. Just... Yeah.
Okay.
Kid birthday parties are bringing arcades back into my life.
But you're not standing. You're with the kids in the driving game. You're not going off on your own for 10 minutes and finding
if you want to ask
a game of your own.
You're going to ask me what games that I play the most in an actual arcade.
Yeah,
let's go. NBA Jam.
Okay.
Altered Beast. Ivan somebody's 4x4 off-road game where the Jeeps would go around. Did that a lot.
Oh, I think I remember the Jeep game.
Yeah, the Jeeps, 4x4.
I think that sounds familiar.
Michael Jackson's Moonwalker.
Okay.
I think it was Moonwalker.
There was
the Ninja Turtles. Oh, the Ninja Turtle game. Holy cow.
There was definitely a Marvel versus Capcom machine in my childhood somewhere.
Street Fighter 2.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mortal Kombat. Back in the day, like the original Mortal Kombat. You used to go to an arcade and see 10 to 20 people crowded around a Street Fighter or Mortal Kombat game just watching the fights.
I am very jealous that I missed out on this.
What an age. Oh, what a time. How about this? There used to be a time where in Auburn, the Finger Lakes Mall, the arcade was called Time Out. And when you brought your report card from school to the arcade, they'd give you like $1 for every A on your report card.
Really?
Yeah, I would just bring my report card in and here's $9 to spend at the arcade.
That's awesome.
Yes.
That
what a
is
way to
awesome.
do it. What a deal. All right.
Very good.
Eve writes in, PSA, if you remember playing Paperboy, it's time to schedule your colonoscopy. That is correct. I already had mine last year, so thank you. Yes. Paperboy. Go play it. Have a good time. All right, Jeremy and Joe, more of your phone calls. You want to remember some arcade games with us? Let's have it. Why not? Hanging out here on a Tuesday. Wintry weather out there. Snow still falling. And the Patriots are in control of the AFC East. The other thing I'm immediately asking about myself, about Norris, and I don't know when you would feel like you could trust it, that he's going to stay healthy. It's almost impossible to trust it.
Waiting to say that, yeah.
Could his presence, if he finishes the season, plays healthy, and has a 40-goal pace, 30-goal pace, and you just feel great about it, would that make it more or less likely you bring back Alex Tuck? Jeremy White here for Would you feel
FanDuel
like I've got another really good player
of WGR.
at a really good value?
You have the opportunity right now with FanDuel to jump in.
I don't know that I need to get Alex Tuck this money because maybe I have
if you win.
more
FanDuel's
building blocks of a good team.
Parlays
this
hopefully
NBA
is a decision
season
made by like
points
Yarmo
and
maybe.
rebounds and threes
Kevin
and
Adams
assists.
going to be around
FanDuel's
to
the best
sign an
place to
8-year deal
combine
for
your
Tuck
favorite
at
picks
top
into a
dollar,
same
maybe
parlay.
not.
Or track every stat live.
What would you do about that?
Would
It's
Norris
the perfect time to join?
change?
New
Would it
customers
make
get
you think
$150
we're closer?
in bonus bets
Stay
if your
in
first
this
5
game,
bet wins. So
bring back
bet on the
Tuck,
players you love,
or is
the
it
way
more
you
of
want.
a,
I've got a good player here. I don't need to go
sign up today.
and spend this 12 here.
I'll
Of the NBA.
spend it somewhere else.
21 plus and
Younger,
physically
whatever it
present
might
in New
be.
York first online
Doesn't
real
have to
money
be
wager
directly
only.
related, but it's
$5 first
it's
deposit
instantly
required.
a thought I
Bonus
have
issued as
because
non-withdrawable
that's
bonus
how this
bets
works.
that
Somebody
expire
shows up, like,
7
maybe
days
I can get by
after
without that
receipt.
other guy.
Restrictions apply.
If you
See terms
believe
at
they would spend the money.
sportsbook.fanduel.com. For help with a gambling problem, call
they would
1-877-8-HOPE-NY
retain by
or text
not
HOPE-NY.
paying Alex Tuck $11 million a year. Right, like that's part of it too. Because one thing about Norris is he's already under contract. Like there's no, I got to pay one of the two. Like Norris is here until 2030. Like he's here for the long haul. So I think if he were to stay healthy and be a legitimate number one center, then I don't know. Like that should ramp up the desire to maybe even keep Tuck. I think it depends how the season is going too, but. If they're healthy and Norris is playing well and they're back in the race and they're even in a spot at some point during the year, then I don't know, just like it's hard for me to ever get to they should move Alex Tuck unless you just know you're out of it and things are going poorly. That's when you trade Alex Tuck. I think if things are going well, they're going to want to keep it together, aren't they?
The Sabres get a dominant win last night against the Winnipeg Jets, 5-1. Josh Norris makes his return, scored 2 goals on the night. Alex Tuck, Bowen Byram, and Jason Zucker each tallied a goal as well. The Sabres begin a road trip starting tomorrow in Philadelphia, taking on the Flyers. You'll be able to catch all of the game action right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. No practice for the Bills. We did get an injury update from Sean McDermott yesterday. Joey Bosa with the hamstring injury suffered in the Pittsburgh game. McDermott said, quote, "We'll see where that goes. Terrell Bernard, Spencer Brown, Dalton Kincaid, and Joshua Palmer are improving." McDermott said, "We'll see where that leads us this week." And Deion Dawkins is still in concussion protocol. We also found out Tyler Bass will miss the remainder of the season following a surgery. We'll get an updated injury report later this week leading up to their matchup with the Bengals. Kickoff set for 1 o'clock this Sunday. Around the NFL, Jackson Dart made his return for the Giants but was unable to stop the New England Patriots. Patriots rout the Giants 33-15 in advance to 11-2 on the season, heading into their bye week, making it that much more difficult for the Bills to reclaim the AFC East. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Thanks to Nick, who sent me an arcade game that has the Mortal Kombats and also Joust, Tapper, Rampage. I can't believe I left out Rampage. I played a lot of Rampage.
Rampage on PlayStation 1 was my game.
Rampage in the arcade. Man. Rampage.
You know there was a movie, Rampage.
I
did not watch it.
I haven't seen it.
I probably won't because I think it's probably terrible.
Yeah. I remember one thing about Rampage, the game for PlayStation 1 probably, is when you, whatever the first version of it came out, maybe it was Nintendo, when you beat the game and like destroyed all the cities and it was over.
Yeah.
The monsters came out and it just said on the screen, "Congratulations."
I don't remember that.
It's like,
really?
Thanks.
The first, it was an arcade game in the 80s.
Oh, yeah.
Before the PlayStation.
I played it in the arcade. Definitely. There was the Godzilla. There was the King Kong. And then there was the Wolf guy. The Wolf was the third one.
That was, without looking, I want to know it. Lizzie was the lizard.
Okay.
George was the gorilla.
Okay.
And who?
The Wolf?
The Wolf. I don't have it. There was a dinosaur, too. Into maybe the second one.
The dinosaur isn't just the same as the lizard?
Lizzie? No. There's a different one.
All right.
Ralph was the wolf.
The wolf, okay.
That's right.
Just scratch that itch
Boris
you
the
have
rhino.
to just knock down buildings. Just punch the building, take someone out, eat them.
Yep.
Knock down a helicopter, crash a building.
It was pretty graphic when you think about it.
Rampage.
I was like 7 years old playing that game.
803-0550, our phone number, and 1-888-550-2550. We're talking Bills. We have a lot of people that seem to have called in on Paperboy and iconic Nintendo games, which, you know what? I'm here for. Why not? It's snowy out there. We'll go to Vinny in Staten Island, who's been waiting for a bit. Vinny, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. First of all, Paperboy, I do remember the arcade version. It was fantastic. But my favorite arcade game was always the original NBA Jam in the arcade. I don't know if you guys remember that.
I do. Like, it was. Vinny, can you back up what I was saying to these guys? Like, in the arcades back in the day, you'd have the people playing and then 10 to 15 people just watching.
Oh, everybody surrounded the arcade when NBA Jam was going on.
Yeah,
and
when NBA Jam came to like
Fireball.
Yeah, when it came to the take-home systems, like, it was a huge day to be able to play NBA Jam at home.
But and second thing I want to talk about, I called a couple weeks ago. We actually discussed it, but I was so thankful to hear you guys bring some stats and talk about Shaq Thompson's difference in the defense yesterday. That was just really refreshing. I must have sent the YouTube clip to at least 4 or 5 of my boys being like, I'm not the only one talking about it.
Nice.
You have to see it. But one of the topics I do want to talk about, because it's really not talked about a lot in the mainstream media, and I'll be honest, Josh Allen, and I love him. I personally think he's maybe the best Buffalo Bill ever to wear the uniform. I know O.J. Simpson would probably have something to say about that, but he had a rough after his football days. He had a rough career. But one thing I will say is Josh Allen times in the mainstream media gets shielded a little bit about his end of game performances. It's not talked about a lot.
Yeah.
Like when we had the ball with 2 minutes left with the Texans game, like I was watching the game with my wife, and my wife was like, "Oh, we got 2 minutes. Like we got a chance." And I was like, "I don't think we're gonna move this football. I don't see it happening." And then it always looks patchy and rough. And to be honest with you, like since the 13-second game where he found Gabe Davis in the end zone, I don't really recall, unless you guys really remember, a time. Now, I'm not talking about halftime. I'm talking about like the fourth quarter, that he really drove us upfield with 2 minutes to go to like take the game. Like I don't. And now my question basically is, do you think that's like not all guys have that? Like Elway had it. Mahomes obviously has it, but not everybody has that way to do that. And Montana may have been the best ever, and Brady. Or is that a play calling thing? Like, do you think that turns out like is that McDermott's situational decision making that makes these 2 minute drives so hard? We saw like we saw like last year with the 4th and 5 with the Chiefs game, like the whole world knew Allen was looking for that hole to run that 4th and 5, and Spagnuolo blitzed the exact hole that he ran when we won the home game last year. And it was like, as a Bills fan, we're like, we didn't see that coming, like that he was going to blitz that exact hole. The whole world knew. So I wonder, do you guys think that's situationally, or is that just a struggle for Josh in that 2 minute drill?
Sure. Thanks, Vinny. I would say this. I don't think I would agree that it goes all the way to Josh Allen is shielded from criticism in 2 minute drills. I think to point out that since 13 seconds, I mean, the Bills have a pair of playoff losses by 3 points where the game ends with the offense not getting the ball in the end zone or through the uprights. Like, it's 2 straight playoff losses where that's happened. Now, there have been other things that went wrong, right? Stephon Diggs drops a pass down the sideline. On that drive, though, later on that drive, he did fumble Allen, and Spencer Brown recovered it.
Yeah.
So I guess it's tough because we've watched Brady and Mahomes, and we feel like they do it every time.
Right.
And they don't do it every time. But
No, Mahomes isn't doing it this year.
No, they do it a lot. Mahomes has done it a lot.
Yes.
And, it's funny you mentioned Elway. Elway did it on some stages and not on others. I mean, he didn't win until he was very, very late in his career.
37.
Yeah. So,
yeah.
Could Allen be better in 2 minute drills? I think the answer to that is yes. And that's part of the supporting cast for me. Like, what's the thing that if they have the ball again, down 3 at their own 20 with 1:42 remaining, and they do not get 1 into the end zone or 2 a field goal, aren't we going to think, well, guys didn't get open?
Yeah.
Like, he needs what's 13 seconds? 13 seconds is Allen. It's not just the 4 touchdowns to Gabe. There are incredible plays. He extends. He jumps over dudes. The 2-point conversion play to Diggs, which people forget about, is an unbelievable play from Allen and Diggs. And
do you remember the 4th and 5 on the second to last drive too? 4th and 5, Spencer Brown gets destroyed immediately, and Allen has to run away from 3 linemen and somehow get runs for the first down.
Yeah,
that's before the again second to last Gabe Davis play.
And you wonder if like that superhuman stuff is just, he's not busting it out as much as he needs to right now,
or if he is going for it more than he should be, or they're relying on it more than. I mean, the taking a shot to Shakir in the end zone when you just needed to keep the clock moving and get a first down 2 playoff games ago against the Chiefs. I don't know. There's a Josh Dubow stat from earlier this year from the AP. I don't know if it's changed since then, that the Ravens game was the first time in Allen's career. Not this is all him. 13 seconds should have been a win for this.
Sure.
The Cardinal game. He was 0-16 when starting a drive, trailing by a score in the final 4 minutes of regulation in his career before the Ravens game in Week 1.
A good handful.
So 1
of
in
those,
16.
Right. A good handful of those are the defense blew the game.
A couple of them.
Yeah.
Not all of them.
Not all of them. That's
not
right.
all of them. Some of those
Not all of
are.
them. There's a game in Tennessee where he slips and doesn't get right.
So, right. Like, I don't want to put that all on him. I think there's a lot of context that goes into that stat or to the idea that he's not closing it. But they've had 2 playoff games fall in a row. where you had that situation. And I think he needs more help on it. He did make the play last year to Kincaid. That's always, I think, worth pointing out. But he did his job
on
that play.
But the play to Kincaid is at what yard line? The job's not done.
No, rather they still have to finish the drive.
That's just a new set of downs.
Yeah.
You know, like that's not job done. That final drive went 17 yards.
Right.
I mean, you'd like to think you wouldn't get to 4th and 5. Really?
Mm-hmm.
After one first down and then it's 4th and 5 on the next 17 yards. It's tough. Thanks, Vinny, for the phone call. Brad in Lackawanna. Hey, Brad. Good morning.
Hello.
Hey, what's up, Brad?
Hey, what's going on, guys? So I'm 44. I don't know how old you are, Jeremy.
46.
But, you got to be okay. So we're like similar era, kind of with the game. So I got Friday the 13th, which was cool. Contra. And Metroid, which I don't know of anyone that's ever beat that game.
Metroid.
And then if you're talking newer systems, I always loved 007 was cool.
Yeah, the GoldenEye. GoldenEye was a great game. The Bond games have been great.
I don't think in the versions of Metroid that I ever played that I beat the game. That was a tough one. By the way, I found a ranking list of arcade games at ranker.com. Do you want to know where Paperboy comes in?
Probably not that high.
What's not that high?
Well, I mean, arcade games grew from where Paperboy was, like Mortal Kombat. And what are the top 10?
21st is Paperboy.
I think that's a respectable rank for Paperboy.
You asked where Mortal Kombat is. Mortal Kombat is number 7.
Okay. Give me the
top. The top 10?
Count down 10 to 1.
All right, 10 is Mario Bros.
Fine.
9 is Asteroids.
Mario Bros is like the original Mario Bros, which is very different.
It's got 1988 Mario Bros. Like they almost look unrecognizable in the graphic. Number 9 is Asteroids, which I loved playing.
Sure, fine.
Loved Asteroids.
You know what Asteroids was on? The
computer. I played it on Windows 95.
But the underrated arcade game was the one where it's a table and you could sit at it, and like the top of the table was glass and you could play into the table. You ever see one of those?
That's the one I have.
Okay, you have a little table you sit at.
What is this? And you're looking down at it?
Instead of the screen being in front of you while you stand, picture the screen as the tabletop in front of you, and you could just sit at the table, and the screen is the tabletop.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
And two-player games, you go on each side.
Yeah.
Right.
All right.
Have you guys seen the tiny mini arcade games that you can put on like a backpack or a keychain?
Yeah.
I've got a tiny little Pac-Man.
Nice.
That's
okay.
And they work. Like you can play the games on the tiny little screen.
So number 8 is Miss Pac-Man.
Fine.
Number 7 is Mortal Kombat, as we mentioned. Number 6 is Space Invaders.
All right.
Not a fan?
I mean, it's fine. I'm waiting for you to say something that I forgot I spent an entire year playing.
Number 5 is Frogger.
Fine.
Great bit in a Seinfeld episode. Number 4 is Donkey Kong.
Mm-hmm.
Number 3 is Street Fighter 2.
Yes, that's the one.
Number 2 is Galaga. And number 1 is Pac-Man.
Are you guys old enough to have a Street Fighter character that was your go-to? Because I'm old enough to have gone through like phases of Street Fighter characters.
No.
No.
For a while,
I know I've played it, but I couldn't tell you like who I would have been.
Guile, Ryu and Ken, Dalsim.
I used a lot of Ryu, I think, when I was younger, and I played with some friends, but I was never...
No, I'm looking at the list of characters, and I don't... Ed, maybe?
Ed.
There was a character named Ed.
Ed?
Yeah, Ed. Street Fighter 2. Yeah, Ed.
Why can't I think
Bald guy, he's got a blazer on with no shirt on underneath. Yeah. Ed.
Ed?
Ed. Street Fighter 2.
How come I don't know who Ed is?
I don't know. It's your game, not mine.
This might have been like one of the people to join Street Fighter in like Street Fighter 6, and they just kept calling it Street Fighter 2. Yeah, he's in Street Fighter 6.
Yeah, everything I'm seeing of Ed is very modern.
There's no Ed.
Well, there is an Ed.
We're looking
at
comes
later on.
Jet Li, Blanca, E Honda, Vega, M Bison.
I'll run through
Sagat.
Very quickly, I'll run through the other ones that are above Paperboy for you. Dig Dug, Double Dragon, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Dragon, yes.
Defender, Centipede, 1942, Gauntlet, Rampage, Golden Axe, and Outrun.
All right, I played some Golden Axe too. Anthony in Houston. What's up, Anthony?
Hey, good morning. Thanks for taking my call.
Thanks for calling.
I feel like they're missing a couple on that list, like Rad Racer.
What was
like a tabletop?
What was the 4x4 game? Anthony, I didn't look it up yet. What was the 4x4 Jeep game? Ivan Somebody's Off-Road Challenge.
That one doesn't ring a bell for me.
All right.
we played like a tabletop racing. I remember there was like, waffles on the table and you had like race around them. And then Ninja Turtles, we that was a fun game for sure.
Ninja Turtles are great.
Man, but you brought me way. That's like the farthest back in my memory bank. I mean, I'm 86, so we did all this on the NES and had Paperboy. We can like hit the antennas on the houses too, I think.
Nice.
But yeah, I wanted to make a point about the wide receivers. You're talking about Josh and these last minute or end of game drives. It's like I can't think of a quarterback of his caliber that has less to work with outside than Josh. Plain and simple for me. And it's really put me in a bad spot with this team. Frustration, just looking at what Dallas has done to get Pickens and the Rams to get Devontae Adams. And these guys are, saving careers, right? They're saving Prescott's career. They're saving, Stafford's career or extending them, right? Not that Josh needs saving or extending, but that's the impact that these players have. Josh has no safety valve, and these guys are decent, but, undersized guys is tough. It's tough. And, he doesn't have a guy that can be like, okay, this guy's going to be open, or at least going to draw defenders. It's just none of that. And it's hard for me to think that, that is not a massive reason. Like, there's no jump ball. We haven't even had a jump ball receiver his whole career that can just go up and get it. Like, Coleman jumps with his hands in his pockets, right? So it's real frustrating. And, it's hard to imagine us winning a Super Bowl this year without that. And to me, it's like we're the same team we've been since the 13 second year. That was our year. That was our year. And we messed it up.
Thanks, Anthony. I wonder, all this comes down to is there are a bunch of different ways to win. And, the best team doesn't always win the Super Bowl, but whatever. Mm-hmm. Benjamin Solak just wrote about panic meters for teams at ESPN. And he wrote about the Bills and how they played on Sunday and said, it was great. Like, that's how, if they're going to win the Super Bowl, that's how they're going to do it. And I think that is possible. If they get the good enough defense, they could win the Super Bowl with complementary football, running the ball, and Allen making a handful of plays. Is it the most likely way to win? I don't know. That's for debate. And are they the most likely team to win it? That's also up for debate. You've got to beat the other teams. It's I guess what I would say is about each one of us has our own belief, like with how build through the trenches, get a strong run game, get sick receivers, whatever. There's a lot of ways to get about it. The Bengals not, as much as they are a cautionary tale, they're also a success story. They're only good because of three guys. Mm-hmm. And when they have their three guys, everybody's afraid of them. Imagine if instead of the franchise that doesn't spend money, won't extend its guys, all the bad things about the Bengals, instead of that, you just did what they did, which is have two absolute studs for the best quarterback in football. Like, if Allen played with, you probably can't get a Chase. If he played with two unbelievable guys on the outside, and you just kept your kicks at the can was going to be, we're going to draft defense, we're going to put it together, Sean McDermott's going to coach it up. Which, by the way, is he not doing that this year?
He's doing that this year.
He's doing that this year. So the thing that I think will be different about this offseason than maybe last offseason and the very famous, like Brandon Beane coming on talking about receivers, is if they fall short this year, I certainly don't think you will hear Beane getting bullish about how far they went. He'd get right on track to get himself some help at receiver, right? Last year, he wanted to make the case. We scored 30. We didn't need the help. They ran it back. Right about now, it looks like, all right, well, if we win, it's going to be with the likes of Brandon Cooks and
Gabe
Davis.
All right.
Like, that was definitely not the plan. And I think that if and when, however the season ends, the offseason will be very much about, I guess I'll say it this way. I think this is going to be the last year we worry about Allen not having enough help. I think they will go, they'll go heavily at it.
That's if they hit on it.
Sure.
Whatever they do, it's if whatever they hit
That's
on.
right, because they invested in Coleman, and that's still, it's where it is.
Right.
But I don't think they've wanted to live here forever. I think what happened is they kind of got stuck when Diggs wanted to force his way out. And then they leaned into this identity. That worked, and they got a little bit addicted to it. And now we'll see when the season ends. If they win the Super Bowl, great. The Super Bowl champions draft players too. What'll they draft? We'll be at it. We'll be at the draft party, picking 32nd, saying, is it going to be an edge rusher, a linebacker, a receiver? Those are probably the favorites. Maybe interior line too. Ivan Ironman Stewart's Super Off-Road. That's what it was.
It's a mouthful.
I'm watching it right now.
They couldn't clean that up a little bit?
But it had
How about Ivan's Off-Road?
Yeah, people just pretty much call it Super Off-Road. But it had the wheel right on the arcade. There's a red, a yellow, and a blue, and maybe one other. And you had your own little spot, and you turn the wheel to drive around the track. Yeah, the good stuff. The good stuff. 803-0550 to join us here on WGR. On the Sabres, though, you said nothing. It's going to be really hard for a lot of fans to buy in until the GM is changed. And I agree with that. And last night, I think there's one other thing that could happen that I don't know how long it takes for us to actually buy into this thing happening. But another amazing player on the team that is just on the team. We've been waiting to see him, and he's just on the team. Like this, it's not quite Consta Hellenius coming up and being awesome, but that would help too. But if Josh Norris is just healthy and awesome, that'll do a lot of work.
Yeah.
Right?
It'll help a lot.
If you all of a sudden have multiple forwards that you think are world-class level, Olympians / whatever, just on that cusp. Like I've got Dahlin and Tage. And after that, what am I at? I'm at, well, Zucker's nice, and Benson's analytics are good, and
he's on his 70 assist pace.
There you go. So I've got, how about Samuelson? I can make my jokes that he should be up for the Norris. But another just awesome player, if Josh Norris ends up working out and being a better player than Dylan Cousins, okay. Josh Doan looks like a nice piece, right? Like he's having, but Norris to me is the only other thing that if it started to look really good for a month, and I mean they play 14 games and he has 17 to 19 points. Like, okay, now I feel like I can start to see my way out of the desert because, I mean,
if you're just plugging in a point per game player
just
on the team.
Controversial take here. What they really need are more really good players.
Yes.
And that's been the case for a long time. Like, they need more really good players. And if it turns out, that guy that hurt his shoulder in a face-off and we said he's going to be out for 8 weeks and you got mad? Yeah, I remember him. What happened? Oh, he came back and ripped off 30 points in 20 games. Oh, that's significant. That would get me more to the screen. That would get me to, let me check out the standings. How good are these teams,
It's a bad year.
That's the thing. I almost want to borrow a little bit of a Bills mindset and say, I don't know if they're very good. The good news is you might not have to be very good this year. The big story is probably the return of Josh Norris, who played great, put points on the board, and it's funny, Paul, like 5 games now. He's played 5 games as a Sabre, played 3 last year, got hurt, played 1 this year earlier, got hurt. Now he's back, and I don't want to get too ahead of ourselves because this is a player that's always struggled to stay healthy, but if he does stay healthy, which is a big if for him, I mean, last night was probably the best example of the caliber of player he is when he's healthy and at his best.
And I never put too much into the preseason, especially in the NHL, but he was doing this in the preseason. He was, I don't know, I'm trying to think back. I don't know if I have this totally correct. I believe he was around 2 points a game in the preseason. So, I remember talking in the morning skate yesterday. It was almost sounded like somebody getting ready to play their first NHL game. He said the night before he hardly got any sleep. Like he was really excited and anxious to get on the ice and get going again. So what you saw last night was on very little sleep.
And he also producing, I mean, the 2 goals were both nice, right, Paul? Like the breakaway goal especially. He gets the power play assists. I mean, part of the value, I think, of having him was supposed to be that him being on that opposite side of Tage would help their power play.
Yeah, well, we know he can score. I mean, the year he had 35 goals, he didn't even play 70 games. It was in the 60s. So, imagine what he would have done had he played 82 that year. So, I don't think there's any question about the talent. I don't think there's any question that he's capable of scoring goals and adding to the offense. He's capable of winning the odd face-off for you. There's a lot of things he is very capable of doing. And he's not bad defensively either. I mean, he doesn't hurt you on the ice defensively. So, and you never know with these guys. I mean, there are guys I've seen that have had, injury prone. They get hurt, they get hurt, they get hurt. And at some point, it just kicks in, and they're fine.
Andy Reid introducing the world to we're going to tickle your tonsils.
Tickle your tonsils.
Which, let's just say, interesting.
Does does it mean anything if the Chiefs miss the playoffs?
No.
Just because they've won too much. Like New England never missed the playoffs with Brady. In fact, Brady.
Yeah, you know what? You're right.
So that's
you're right.
That's
you're
what's
right.
Brady actually. I think there's a stat that he never took a snap in his NFL career when he was mathematically eliminated from the playoffs. So
yeah,
it's going to be that, isn't it?
Now that you say that, I saw Bill Simmons point out that Brady never missed the playoffs. And the Chiefs missing the playoffs means that we'll have a good, solid round of LeBron and Jordaning of Mahomes and Brady.
Right.
Just as soon as we stop talking about Lane Kiffin,
it's going to be legacy talk.
It'll be Mahomes and Brady. That's exciting. That's exciting. Is Lane Kiffin off television yet?
Lane Kiffin this week. College football playoff reaction chaos next week. By then, maybe the Chiefs are out of it, and now it's Mahomes Brady legacy talk because Mahomes missed the playoffs.
Yes,
that's our next month.
It'll be will the playoffs count if the Chiefs aren't there? Will these other teams have an asterisk? Please. Julian in Buffalo. Hey, Julian.
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Hope everybody out there stays warm and go Bills. Before I dive into the Bills, real quick, I'm turning 30, so I wasn't really into the arcade. Well, I love my PlayStation 2. Space Jam was my thing, so I just wanted to throw that out there. As far as the team, before I dive into the team, quick questions for you guys. Do you think Josh Allen could pull off a back-to-back MVP?
No, I think he is not in the cards for this year.
Okay, over under for Josh Allen all-time 100 rushing yards before he retires.
How many?
100, over 100, over under.
Rushing touchdowns.
Rushing
Yeah,
touchdowns.
number one right now.
Over.
You think he put by top? Yeah, my guy.
Over.
Do you even know what he's at?
He's at 76.
He's gonna get, he'll get 24.
He'll get 24 more rushing
24.
touchdowns.
I'm pretty sure he can get 24 next year.
Yeah.
As far as coaching, if we get rid of McDermott, would you guys like to take Tomlin if he gets fired too, if he's available, or Brian Dable to take over as head coach?
Thanks, Julian. I would pick like 35,
50,
100 people before Mike Tomlin.
Who's the coach at Florida Atlantic? Like, to anybody. Thank you to Mike Tomlin.
I don't think there's any chance McDermott is going anywhere. And I think McDermott is doing a really good job this year. Want to just keep saying that. Like, they are piecing it together on defense without any household names. And yesterday I saw this number. So, pass defense. And this is always, to me, what is going to be a big part of it. Maybe you think that they need to structurally change. What has the Sean McDermott defense long been with the Bills? It's invite the run and stop the pass. Right now, according to defensive EPA allowed per dropback, the Bills defense, I'm going to give the top defenses in football against the pass. Number 1 is Houston. They are nasty good.
Yep.
Number 2 is the Rams. Also nasty, fast, super talented defense. Number 3 is Seattle. Super talented, nasty, fast defense. Number 4 is Buffalo. Ahead of Cleveland, ahead of Denver, with no elite pass rusher.
Nope.
With your best corners, Christian Benford, who's thought to be pretty darn good, and he's actually starting to play a lot better as compared to the early part of the season.
They don't have a lot of nasty, though, to them.
They don't. Shaq Thompson gives them a little bit more nasty.
Little bit.
Matt Milano healthy.
I think Bishop does that.
Bishop gives them some nasty. But the point is, if the Bills finish this season 4th against the pass, I mean,
yeah,
you can be a McDermott hater if you want, but I think the guy is doing the job this year. Your pass defense is very good. And if they can't stop the run, could that be a big problem? Yes. But how many times in the history of the McDermott Bills has stopping the run been the thing that ended their season? People like to make the case it's Cincinnati, but Joe Mixon did not go off that day. He had like 100 yards on 25 carries.
Right.
What killed them that day was their offense dried up. They've not lost a year because of the run defense. It's never happened. Not once.
Not a single time.
And their run defense has consistently been meh, while their pass defense is their strength. They have often been built to pass and stop the pass. Right now, they're built to run and stop the pass.
Mm-hmm.
And is that a better formula? We'll find out.
They are doing a really nice job lately also against number 1 receivers, right? Like last 3 weeks, Metcalf did nothing against the Bills. Nico Collins only had 3 targets, I believe, for Houston, and Egbuka didn't do anything. So, like, when's the last receiver? Actually, I know the answer to this. The last time a receiver went nuclear on them was Drake London, and that was a while ago.
Yeah.
Like, Rice had a pretty good game. Waddle had the big catch. So there have been a couple of plays, but Tet McMillan, nope. Egbuka, nope. Nico Collins, nope. Metcalf, nope. Like, they have been doing a good job against some talented receivers.
Thanks for the phone call. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550.
I could not imagine how many coaches I'd rather have for the Bills than Mike Tomlin. Thank you.
How many coaches would you actually have for the Bills? Like, let's say McDermott shockingly retires. Let's do it that way. He decides,
I'm good.
I'm good here. They win the Super Bowl. We're not even mad at him. He says, now I'm done.
Okay.
Right? Because I really think it's so unlikely they move on from him that he would have to do it. And I don't think he would ever get. So he wins and says, you know what I want to do? I just want to go fish all day for the rest of my life. I'm Jimmy Johnson. Start naming names. Who you'd want.
Okay. First, I'm asking if Matt LaFleur or Kevin Stefanski are available.
Mm-hmm.
Because anybody else, did Shanahan actually split from the Niners? Probably won't. If he did,
all your answers are going to be offensive coaches?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know how long it would take me to get to a defensive coach.
There is, by the way, and this is the Brian Dable future maybe, but 2 of the 3 best teams in the sport are defensive head coaches right now. If you want to go just dip, right?
In
New England, Seattle.
New England, yeah.
2 of the 5 best teams. Are the Bills one of those teams?
Vrabel is less though like defensive mastermind. He's more like I'm everything, isn't he?
Okay, but come on. He's defensive head coach.
Yeah, he is.
He's got to be considered that.
But it's the same way, like, I wouldn't really count Dan Campbell as an offensive coach, even though he actually is calling plays right now.
He's calling plays.
But it's not going well. But, like, I don't really count Campbell as
fair
as that.
Okay.
But sure. Who else?
Because that's one of the things about the Patriots here is, of course, like, it's going to be said a million times, so apologizing here for 1,000,001.
Yeah.
But the holy trinity they have there of May, Vrabel, and McDaniels, there's no reason to think that will end anytime.
I know.
That'll be together for a long time.
Who's the other defensive guy? It's Vrabel and who?
Mike McDonald.
Oh, right. Yeah.
He's got Clint Kubiak, who probably gets a job somewhere.
Well, I mean, who's the next? I'm hiring a defensive coach as a head coach. Who am I hiring? Am I hiring Brian Flores?
Yes. He's a good answer for this.
And I don't think I want. I mean, it's not the worst idea. It's a better idea for me than Tomlin, but I don't think I want Brian Flores as my head coach. I'm going to be looking at offensive coordinators or head coaches that are getting fired. Maybe this time around, I might even get to Dable, honestly.
Yeah.
Although Dable, I think there were some head coaching gaffes there, like game management stuff.
Oh, for sure.
So he might be the coordinator you want, but I'm not sure he's perfect for head coach.
Should we be watching the Penn State coaching search?
What about Spags? There's a defensive coach. I'll take Spags. Get him off the Chiefs. There. My number 1 defensive coach. Give me him.
Should we be watching
Weaken him.
Should we be watching the Penn State coaching odds? Should we be watching?
I think we should.
Should we be watching who gets that job? This goes deep, real quick. So
yeah,
the BYU coach is the favorite to get that job, and I saw today there's a report out of Utah where the church must approve that donors can pay coaches' salaries, so they might keep their coach because now boosters, donors, the coach, they're going to start paying more at BYU.
Right. And they might wait for him because he might be going to the playoff. And if that doesn't happen, they're kind of the last at the trough here.
Yeah.
Because everyone else is getting their guys. Like LSU's got their guy. Ole Miss made their permanent hire. UCLA hired a coach. Stanford hired a coach. Like all the Power 5 teams that need coaches are doing it. And here's Penn State, who was, I think, the first vacancy. Right? Like Franklin got fired a while ago. And I think the day he got fired, I think Joe Brady was the betting favorite for that job. I don't think he is anymore.
I just think.
But the tough part for Brady, if he wanted a college job, is he's got to wait until the Bills season is over.
Mm-hmm.
And usually by then, colleges are done.
Right.
But if Penn State's going to hang around here for a while without hiring anybody, like maybe that's his way. Isn't it just such a big job for him right now? Doesn't it feel like it?
Totally agree.
How could you make a case that watching this season that Joe Brady is a good idea to be the head coach of Penn State?
Right. Either season. He's never been a head coach. I feel like Penn State is a job where you're hiring a guy that's been a head coach somewhere.
Right. I wonder, though, like, what is his reputation really in college football? Like, how much credit does he get for having the best offense in college football history? Does he get a lot of credit for that? I don't actually know. Like, maybe he's a legend in college football circles because of that LSU team. I don't know.
Right. All right. We're going to break in.
He also has
sports.
a connection from Penn State, by the way. Like, he was there for a couple years, like, early in his coaching career.
Okay.
That could help him, too. Terry also, though, is Penn State. And does that, on either side, influence it? Would they not want to touch him because they don't want to make one of their top boosters mad? I don't know.
Or would the boosters say, yes, I'd love him at Penn State?
I don't know.
Questions. We've got them. All right. Extendo Sports, 803-0550 on WGR. All right, wrapping things up. Quick question I was asked via text and have seen on tweets. Adam Thielen, anyone?
No, thank you.
No. Here's why. Who goes? First off, he's a redundancy because he's playing in the slot.
Yeah.
And who goes? Shavers plays more than anyone. You're not getting rid of him.
Uh-huh.
Gabe Davis elevated to 53. You're not getting rid of Gabe Davis.
No.
Not getting rid of Shakir.
No.
Not getting rid of Keon Coleman.
I guess not.
Am I getting rid of Brandon Cooks, who I just brought in to be the outside guy with speed?
Nope.
Nope. Did I forget somebody? Who did I forget? Josh Palmer.
Practice squad? You want to just throw him in the practice squad?
If you want to say practice squad, anybody can be on the practice squad. But no, there's definitely no room for Adam Thielen, and I don't even think I really have a need for it, personally. But that's how bad J.J. McCarthy is.
Adam Thielen's like, I got to get out of here.
Please, somebody.
Please save me.
Help me.
There's a new version of Hard Knocks starts tonight.
In season?
In season with the NFC East.
Okay. Netflix is going to do the quarterback season 3.
Oh, they're going to get him?
They're going to do another one.
They canceled the NBA one.
Yeah.
Did they say like who they're getting?
No. Cousins has been on it twice. Maybe we can move on from that. It was Burrow and Goff. Pick your 3 quarterbacks. Who do you want? Not Josh Allen. Pick your 3 quarterbacks who you'd want to see on the next season of the quarterback.
Give me Jackson Dart.
We want to have a draft here? Let's have a draft.
Okay, wait, so I'm not going Jackson Dart.
All right, we'll have a draft, and then you guys decide who had the more compelling season of the quarterback 3, all right? Owen, Joe, you ready for this? All right, you can have the first pick, and then I get the next 2.
I'll put him on the spot here. All right.
New quarterbacks we would like to see on the quarterback season 3.
Give me...
I think I have a pretty clear number 1 pick.
Scrolling through. Do I want... How tumultuous is the Pittsburgh locker room right now?
Well, put it this way. If you picked the Steelers and it's Aaron Rodgers, I'm not watching that.
I think the guy I'd want most, the coach-quarterback dynamic, interesting characters, give me Caleb Williams. Is that who you're going to pick?
100% the first pick.
Caleb Williams.
I don't know enough about him. I would definitely like to see the Bears. I'd love to see Caleb Williams. Man, he just went and took my guy. Stunned. Don't you feel great about your pick now?
Yeah.
It's just like a fantasy draft. The guy next to you wanted that player. You're like, sweet, good pick. Hold on, don't tell me who to pick.
All right.
You can tell me who to pick if you want.
Stafford.
No. He might not be back next year. They're going to win the Super Bowl. He's going to ride off in the sunset. All right, I don't get that. I, in that case, am going to want... Boy, man, it's just such an easy answer that Caleb Williams was the best answer.
Darnold, maybe. Mayfield.
Oh, Baker.
Baker's fun.
Okay.
Baker's fun.
With my first pick, I'll take Baker.
Yeah.
And with my second pick, I will take... it's down to this guy and this guy. He said Jackson Dart. It's good to have a rookie. Another coaching switch. I don't want that. Give me Herbert.
Herbert?
Yeah.
All right.
Give me Baker and Herbert.
Did you see him screaming in Max Crosby's ear on Sunday and then Crosby dropping him?
He sat him down.
When I saw that, I thought, man, Herbert, who is very, very, like, not quite mellow, but he's more...
Mild-mannered?
Mild-mannered.
Right.
If he's got dog in him now, look out, AFC. Don't let Justin Herbert get dog.
Did you see all the Raiders guys swiping at his hand with he had the surgery on? Like, it happened like 3 times.
He's had surgery yesterday. He's going to play next Monday.
That's crazy.
Left hand surgery.
You're up for 2 picks.
All right, give me...
Can't believe you took Caleb Williams. It's such the right answer.
Great about
it's such the right answer.
Give me Aaron Rodgers just because I want to see bad blood.
All right.
Between him and Steve people in the locker room.
I am
Especially now. He's calling people out. Here we go.
Right.
Here comes the Pittsburgh drama. I want to watch it burn down. And give me... This is for next season?
Yep.
Someone's going to want like a Shedeur Sanders pick here, but that's not happening.
No way.
Not
if you did Aaron Rodgers and Shedeur Sanders, like I am not watching your show.
Give me...
You want the defending MVP?
Give me... what? Oh, Drake May? No.
Just saying. No Drake May?
I'll take Darnold.
All right, you take Darnold?
I want to see some more. I want to see McDonald.
Okay. I'll take
Darnold.
I'll take Cam
Darnold's
Ward.
good on golf streams.
Give me Cam Ward. Cam Ward is a good quote.
Yeah.
Cam Ward, yeah. Yes, he is.
What's he said?
He said something last week, super interesting about, we should be going for that on a fourth down. Called out his coach. What are we doing? We should be going for that. So, little bit of belief in himself. The film folks tend to think there's a lot in Cam Ward's game, and someone's going to take it out. Someone's going to get it out of there. So, I'll take Herbert, Ward, and who's the other guy I picked? I already forgot.
You took Baker.
Yeah.
Baker, Herbert, Ward. There's my three. Ooh. Against your three of Caleb Williams, Aaron Rodgers, and
Darnold.
Who won?
It's hard for me to pick a team with Rodgers on it.
Yeah. I know. If you don't like him, I'm the show for you.
No, I don't watch those shows.
He has a show on Netflix, and I've avoided that at all costs.
But that's that show. That's him doing, puff piece. That's a puff piece in more than one way.
Yeah. Baker immediately makes anything more watchable for me.
Yeah.
I feel like he's just he's got that. He's media savvy.
I'm giving you a likable Sam Darnold, an interesting curiosity in Caleb Williams, and I'm giving you a guy to loathe in Aaron Rodgers. I'm giving you everything.
I just know if I'm watching that show, I'm fast forwarding through Aaron Rodgers spots and getting really upset when it's a Rodgers
when him and DK
episode.
Metcalf are fist fighting in the locker room.
Right.
You're gonna be wanting that. You're gonna be wanting that.
I don't know. I'd rather see Baker telling guys to nut up and figure it out.
Yeah. Yeah, I give you guys you want to see more of.
Yeah.
You do have Caleb, though. That's the right answer.
Caleb makes it tough.
He should be on that show.
Yes.
All right. Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show on the way tomorrow. Joe Marino, Howard picks the Bills, and, whatever else comes our way. Thanks for listening. Thanks for calling, texting. Go play some Paperboy.